Na meo onuzo ke Biafra mehe meranyi onuzo ke Biafra mehe na meranyi onuzo ke Biafra mehe meranyi onuzo ke Biafra mehe. Tell me what we do, everybody want to kill us. They want to take what belongs to us. Try. We they love our neighbors, so we they love ourselves too. So it is written in the holy book. Try. You find a channel, na meranyi biko kodo onyolu welu monu aya na meranyi no onyolu welu monu onyo yo chai chukwu kikele anyị na bogi bia nyela nyago. The time is now, we want to go. Remember your promises. Oh, na meo onuzo ke Biafra meranyi onuzo ke Biafra na meranyi onuzo ke Biafra meranyi onuzo ke Biafra Ndi Romana anyị gburugburu anachi wepụ ndụ anyị n'ike. Shata. Oh, they are holding our lead. Mazinambika. Now is Prime Minister. Mazin Simon. We shall rise and defend our land. The land of rising sun is our hope. Yogi bikonu sitende muziki kamehe iwele yo.
Situation in the southeast. Yes. But some of the elements and the leaders of these groups are outside of the country. Yes.
Biafra, we have emerged triumphant from all our foes. Through the crucible unscathed, we passed victorious. Our trumpets pealing, the glorious song.
of today, 1st October 2024. My fellow Biafrans, in the early hour of today, 1st October 2024, the Biafra Defense Forces has destroyed, neutralized the proposed facility that was built to house and train Boko Haram in a place called Eju-Gö in Imo State, former Imo State. Any more of such facility will be destroyed by Biafra forces. We call on Biafrans to give credible information on any further project of the Nigeria terrorist state targeted at bringing in Boko Haram for training in Biafra land, or to be used to house fighters that the intention was to use against Biafra forces. Because the Nigeria terrorist army has been defeated, and all they do is to bring in fighters in whatever guise.
They can't continue to have security votes, sit down, come to Abuja every month and go back home and obey Simon Ekpa. And then they themselves don't go to work. They tell their families not to go to work. And they move around, like you said, burning police stations from one police station to the other. This must stop. Nigeria is not a banana republic. It's not something we can gloss over. We must bring it to an end.
Solution. Serious solution, not group of hoodlums. These are group of cabals, or may I call it group that are obedient to Sabotage. They have their heads in every state in the southeast, and are functioning. They live in the bushes there. So I want to submit here, please, the matter should be taken more serious than is being presented in this hallowed chamber. It has defied the solution of the state governors. Let the federal government intervene. I so submit.
You may not know the day that Simon Ekpa has given instruction that nobody should go out. That's why we are spending time to discuss this issue. It's a very serious issue. But the primary purpose of government is to protect the lives and also cater for the welfare of citizens. In the southeast, if this situation is allowed to linger, the welfare of the citizens are affected and their lives are not safe. One of my senators from my community in Akwa Ibom sent his chief of staff to go to Anambra State. He did not know that that was the sit-at-home day. The chief of staff was killed, and about 4 people in his camp were murdered.
That if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the legacy, Mr. President, the Senate is worried that if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the legacy that home order is not checked, he may succeed in corrupting the minds of Nigerian youths and turning them against the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, the Senate resolved to condemn the sit-at-home in totality, as well as the nefarious activities of Simon Ekpa, who is the gang leader. Mr. President, the Senate is worried that if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the legacy that home order is not checked, he may succeed in corrupting the minds of Nigerian youths and turning them against the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, the Senate resolved to condemn the sit-at-home in totality, as well as the nefarious activities of Simon Ekpa, who is the gang leader.
Greetings to all Biafrans and lovers of freedom, the enemies of Biafra, and those that have come to hear or ask questions. The floor is open for questions and answers, and your contributions as well. Yes, when you listen to all these senators speak, you will understand why there had to be a mole situated in the BRGIA to be able to destroy the prime minister that you hear of. to be able to destroy the effort and the strength and the power and the focal point of the Biafra government. Yes. You listen to the senators, they cry. You listen to Musa, they cry. You listen to all manners of lamentation, left, right, center. So when you now see Honorable Fulani today opening a mouth to tell you, Eju-Gö, Butuzor, Eju-Gö. I beg, who sabi pronounce am well, make it come if I don't pronounce am well. When you hear Ngozi dish out this kind of utterances to Butuzor, the chief of defense staff, and his entire defense cabinet, you should ask yourself the question, you should connect the dots. You should understand what is actually happening. Yes. Eju-Gö Butuzor. This is the utterances that Ngozi dish out to Butuzor with his entire defense team. It is shocking to hear, right? The videos are there. Oh. We did not cook this one up. The videos are there. So we did not cook it up. It is not Photoshop. It is not cut and join. It is the way it came. This is the kind of conspiracy and the evil plan behind the scene that was ongoing. When you hear the cry and the hatred against Agbarawa Sani, Ajare, Okenkere, Minister Emma, you know, when I was listening to this, video, I was just laughing. Honestly, I was laughing. I was laughing how those that claim to be more relevant in the Biafran government are now crying because of Sani. If people claim to be more relevant in Biafran government, but now you are crying because of the brick wall that Sani has set in for you, because your aim and objective was in line with what this senator is saying here. Yes, but Sani became the stumble block. Sani became the stumble block. Chai, hello, Mero. So after the success of making sure Prime Minister is behind bars, the next line of action is to turn the steering to the Biafra Defense Force. I don't know how some of us listened and then pondered and assimilated this message that came out from this video when they were laughing, planning, jubilating of the downfall of how the Biafra Defense Force will be no more, how they will destroy it, how they say, Eju-Gö Butuzor. Hey! So in my own life, the Biafra Defense Force.
Sorry, my minister. I said Ikoya Eju-Gö.
Okay,
Eju-Gö.
Eju-Gö. Thank you, my brother.
Confirm.
Thank you.
Confirm.
Thank you for helping me. Eju-Gö. Hey! So in this very life that we are here now, in this very life, somebody will sleep and then wake up, and then you ask yourself the question, what is happening? They tell you, Eju-Gö Butuzor. That is Biafra Defense Forces. Eju-Gö. Hey! The Biafra Defense Forces that made one Nigeria to sit down here in the Senate chambers and cry. Do you think that Simon Ekpa's name will be anywhere without a strong defense of the Biafra in the homeland? No. Do you think that Musa will cry that we have taken the airspace if there were no defense forces headquarters in the homeland? Who will go after our prime minister if the defense forces in the homeland was not strong? Ikoja, Eju-Gö. Hey! In 2025. In 2025, after the declaration convention, where everybody danced and jubilated, then you will see all of them in flying colors. You say, hey, these people are very beautiful. They fine well. Today, they are telling you the same Biafra Defense Forces that held the ground while you are shouting USB in the convention. The people that held the ground in the homeland to make you to shout that USB, they are the people that you are saying, Ikoya Eju-Gö. Today, it's shock, oh, Abi, it's shock, well. The convention is shock, oh, Ikoya Eju-Gö Butuzor. Ikoya Eju-Gö, Commander Gentle. Ikoya Eju-Gö, Commander Holy Ghost. Ikoya Eju-Gö. Hey! Commander Liquid Metal. Ikoya Eju-Gö. In the mouth of Ngozi. Ikoya Eju-Gö. Hey! How can somebody just phantom this phrase? How can somebody phantom this phrase? If you say that the cup of the Biafra Defense Forces is full, whose cup now will now be free? Because you know you were sent for a purpose. When you are able to you started with what? You started with finance, and then they didn't allow you. You went to the defense to destroy a country. There are 3 points you need to deal with. There are 3 focal points that seems to be the strongest pillar of that country. Go to the defense, 1. Go to the finance, 2. Go to their media. You will cripple that country. You see? Ikoya Eju-Gö. Biafra defense. What is the USB without the Biafra defense headquarters that was unveiled in Helsinki in 2023? Why was it unveiled? What necessitated Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader, to came about Eastern Security Network? What came about it, or what happened? Waiting happened. Waiting transpired at that time. That made our supreme leader to now say we must have our own security network. Now we are not talking about security network. We are talking about the liberation army of a country made of volunteers that have been in the trenches since 2012, sacrificed their lives, sacrificed that of their families, sacrifice their future and their generations and their pleasure, treasure, anything that somebody can be enjoying. These people have sacrificed it all so that you can have a Biafra that you say is Biafra, United States of Biafra. Then all of a sudden, they have defended Biafra land, protected and kept it this far. They fought and brought Biafra to limelight. They made international community to be able to recognize the name Biafra and to listen to it and to talk about it and to create more attention about the Biafra. They make one Nigerian terrorist government to become fearful. They make one Nigerian terrorist government to now talk about Biafra and discuss Biafra everywhere. Why? Because there was a defense headquarters under the control and command of General Eju-Gö Butuzor. Hey! General Gento, General Oligos, General Liquid Metal. These men sacrificed to defend Biafra land, and they have stood their ground, done it. You see the results. Is it by the Woto videos that you're looking for? Or is it by the confirmation from the Nigerian defense chiefs, starting from the police, the Navy, the Air Force, the Army? Which of them have not confirmed to tell you that the effectiveness of the Biafra Liberation Army is speaking volume? So the National Assembly summoned Musa with all the service chiefs that they should come and tell them how it is possible that Simon Ekpa and his Biafra government are taking the airspace away from them, and then they are lamenting. Have Nigerian government not granted interview in all the international media houses, calling on Europe, calling on America, calling on UK to get Simon Ekpa for them? Is it not because they have not been able to take Simon Ekpa to Nigeria that you speak Biafra? The man that sacrificed everything, he is now in detention on the betrayal of you. And today, I hear something. Ikoya Eju-Gö Butuzor. Hey! Ikoya Eju-Gö, Commander Holy Ghost. Ike. Hey! Oh my God. Oh my God. Commander Gentle. Commander Liquid Metal. Ikoya Eju-Gö.
Sọlá Parawa, Ikoye Eju-Gö.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Ikoye Eju-Gö.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Arume.
Alu! 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 Alu Mero! Alu Mero! My minister, this thing shocked me. It shocked me. It shocked me. Well. It shocked me. If they say they tap me from sleep, tell me, say, make I can't listen to waiting at the year for radio or for television, I wouldn't believe, oh, honestly. I will not believe this one. But listening to it and hearing it with my own ear, and the voice is not doctored, the voice is the way it came. Shock. Shock. So before Musa got worried, make una listen, oh.
And then externally, we have external people that equally support them. The issue of IPOP. There's a lot of funding that comes in there.
Idiot.
Yes.
Are you worried? Because you know an operation,
Of course,
you have to
definitely.
be special.
BDF, CDF, or Musa, are you worried? Of course. Of course, he is worried. Why is he worried? He is worried because the Biafra Defense Headquarters has given him sleepless nights when it comes to the issue of the indigenous people of Biafra. Hey, hey. And it is those people that gave Musa sleepless night that Ngozi Thr Aten is telling you, Ikoya, Eju-Gö. Hey! Prime Minister will be having bombs on his body now, listening to this very audio conversion. Yes. And I want to remind all Biafrans, Nelly was Prime Minister, and Prime Minister was Nelly. Are you listening to me? Because some of you are foolish. You don't know anything. You just came out from obedience and won Nigeria. I'm repeating it again. Prime Minister will tell you, I am Nelly and Nelly is me. Because he wanted to see if he will see the best of you in you. He will protect you to see if the best of you will come out, even when he sees that you have some side effects. And then When you watch the video meeting that Ngozi leaked out from the government, you see how Prime Minister defended and protected Honorable Fulani. But today, Prime Minister is disappointed of everything that this woman has done. Do you know what it means for your boss, who you answer yes sir and carry his file? You happens to be his mail runner. You run the day-to-day activities of his office. He tells you organize this, you organize. Call these people, you call. Do this, you do. Then your boss now happens to travel. As he travels and then come back, you rush to go and welcome your boss. Your boss say, stop, 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 don't come close to me. Don't touch me, don't touch me. You now become a poisonous smell to your boss. How many of you understand that illustration? This is the kind of poison that the Honorable Fulani woman has become to Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister he has been able to communicate with many of his government cabinet through the attorney. He cannot believe himself that the COS can be this treacherous. He cannot carry his phone. He cannot carry the phone that is permitted to him to even make communication. Like he has communicated to many of his cabinet members and sent messages and instructions. He cannot carry the phone and then call someone that had acclaimed to be the most trusted. Because within this time that he is inside, he now come to understand and see the real uniform that Ngozi wore on her body. Very disappointing. Very, very disappointing and extra disappointing. Biafra Defense Forces. Ikoya Eju-Gö. Hey, if not even Sonny, now you use this phrase for Ikoya Eju-Gö. I for even take him anyhow. Eh? No, I go take him anyhow. Minister University, don't laugh. Oh. If na me, now they only use this phrase on. I go take my own anyhow. I go not say na just Sonny na him be this. Because now only for cabinet they see me, they don't know much about me. So maybe okay, I'm not useful. Never see me one-on-one, do this or send me this. So I'm not useful. But when you talk of the Biafra Defense Forces, men and women that have sacrificed their lives for years for this Biafra liberation, and they are still sacrificing till date. These men and women don't have joy anymore. Their joy has become agony in the forest. Their joy has become pains and penury. They are carrying the entire Biafra on their head. They carry the responsibility of over 80 million people of the Biafra nation on their head. And then you hear somebody spitting the phrase, Ikoya Eju-Gö. Hey! To Biafra Defense Forces. If to say you just talk beside the scene, you use lipstick, clean your mouth so that if somebody comes, you go say now because of the blood way there for your lips, now in cosam. Maybe when you try to speak, your lip come rub now. You run, go the other side, so you call them slip of lip. This one not going to be tongue, so slip of lip. When they ask you, say, may they look your mouth. Whether they don't see this red thing, wait for you, say, now blood. Use them take deceive. Saying a mistake of slip of the lip. But this one is not a slip. This one is not a slip of the lip. This one is a premeditated thing that you did. Because Musa was worried. Yes, Musa was worried about the effectiveness of this Biafra, Biafra, Biafra liberation. And then the senators told you that, Mr. Speaker, we are worried.
Mr. President, the Senate is worried.
Oh, it wasn't even Mr. Speaker, it was Mr. President. Oh my God. So that means the matter is on Tinubu's table. Mr. President of the Senate, because after you now for you to reach the president to communicate this into the president of the Federation of Nigeria, Mr. President of the Senate, take this matter to Tinubu. The Senate is worried that if the activity of Simon Ekpa, the activity of Biafra, anyway you hear Simon Ekpa, or activity of Simon Ekpa, just know that they are talking about Biafra government. Just substitute Simon Ekpa for Biafra government, BRGIA. That is what you should understand. Mr. President, the Senate is worried that if the activities of Biafra government is not checkmated, if we don't cripple them, if we don't buy somebody inside there to destroy their defense, their finance, and their media, hey, we are afraid they will end up convincing the entire country, and then they will gang up, and then there will be a massive revolution alongside with them, and then Nigeria will break up. So they have to now devise a means of getting who will play the role. They located a vulnerable fellow inside the Biafran government.
Mr. President, the Senate is worried.
Very, very worried.
That if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the illegal sit-at-home order, is not checked, he may succeed in corrupting the minds of Nigerian youths and turning them against the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, the Senate resolved to condemn the sit-at-home in totality, as well as the nefarious activities of Simon Ekpa, who is the gang leader.
And then you hear this Senate president then lament again.
What has been the rule so far of the various state governments?
What has been the role of the... How far have they tried to buy this Simon Ekpa? How far have they tried to buy this Biafra government? How far have they used all devices that they have to penetrate their circle to see if they can utilize the techniques that is available on the table? How far have they attempted to buy one of them to see if they can betray that their government? Today, you can hear it from Madam Ngozi Fulani. Eju-Gö, Eju-Gö, Biafra Defense Forces. Hey! Thr Butuzor. Ngozi say, Eju-Gö, Eju-Gö. General Holy Ghost. Ngozi say, Eju-Gö, Eju-Gö. General Gento. Ngozi say, Eju-Gö, Eju-Gö. General Liquid Metal. Ngozi say, Eju-Gö, Eju-Gö. Very, very shocking to hear this kind of utterances. Shocking to hear this kind of utterances coming out from the mouth of the most acclaimed, trusted, who has now become the most trusted of one Nigeria. Did it even stop there? He didn't stop there. He went on to say the concluding part. I have not unveiled my connections in Nigeria yet. I will unveil it. And when I unveil it, hey, I will use it to destroy the Biafra. Bakam. And then, when Simon Ekpa come back, I will disappear. Francis Diana say it. She confirm. How about me? Waiting I go there, they do. Me and you, Jakam, Ikuya, Eju-Gö, Biafra Defense Forces. That is why over 50 million naira of Biafra donation that is supposed to go to Biafra Defense Forces were now taken to Bubago for their new group of recruitment. That's why you hear Biafra Defense Forces, Igoya Eju-Gö, because they have already made arrangements to go and destroy Biafra Defense Forces and then align with Ebubago. That is how the connectivity of the talk came out. When you hear Ugo 247 tell you, I was there, I know more than you. Even they drag the matter with Adarama. He said, na me no pass. Now me know the thing pass, so don't come and carry my talk and talk. Allow me to talk my talk. Now me know I'm pass, so wait, let me see. For those that did not hear it, let us remind some people. Now me get the talk, now me know the secret, You don't even know well. Now I don't have my control and say, okay, if you say now you even know. Wait, make I tell you the one way you don't know now. Hey, Igoya, Eju-Gö, Biafra Defense Forces. This is why they took. Okay, listen to another man.
Can you finish here with your voice? Was contracted to go and stop them. Caterpillar went there and moved. This Caterpillar on the market, Caterpillar is a evil. Caterpillar, if not for Caterpillar, the healing.
Now, do you now hear and know why now they were already singing the praises of Caterpillar? When on the other audio, they are telling you that Biafra Defense Forces, Igoya Eju-Gö. You hear them now? They sing praises of Caterpillar Bubagu, commander. Then this is earlier conversion of this one that Adadama did. Then the one of Igoya Eju-Gö now, this one now is recent. This one is recent. So this first one now has happened. The money they took to Caterpillar and recruited Caterpillar to come so that they will now go and start looking for avenue to go and buy. Their coming here was not actually to even go to this Yamufu the way they call it. It was to go and do what? To go and carry out this Igoya Eju-Gö. It was to go and carry out this Igoya Eju-Gö to the Biafra Defense Forces. On Butuzor, Holy Ghost, gentle, liquid metal. This is where you hear this first confession here. This first confession here was coming to go and carry out this later confession of Igoya Eju-Gö.
Hey! Hey! This is what so many people don't know. Hey! And this and that Orama don't even know. All she knows is that somebody told her that Caterpillar is now back. But she carry it. Let me tell you something. We go 247. Before Caterpillar joined, the first time I got Caterpillar, on a message Caterpillar leave, which I have the message. I'm gonna play here.
Don't play.
I still have that message.
Don't play.
The first to telephone communication, Caterpillar have with you no one. Kita kama Amado Musa and then quarter safe. No, defense minister. According to one defense. I have the message. Caterpillar leave. From bank and no one. Caterpillar is coming back. I just keep quiet and watching. The first contact, on Caterpillar will when your Caterpillar go and walk. Name with a man. For how long? For how many days? No one know what they are. Caterpillar no, but don't wait to find Caterpillar again. And I got Caterpillar on the phone, go deliver Nobody's sick. We got 257. But
But what's up?
we got 257.
But what's up?
Oh, when we anything in my. In all even now, Gaggy. Oh, that Papa talk about a good make a mistake. I'm a man. Why is that you just can't use the net? Ada pipe low.
Ada, put the low. When I see waiting they happen there, when I see waiting they happen, I were a man. Eh? I were a man of Biafra Defense Forces that have been doing the wonders, the magics. Hey, wait, I'm looking for the video where Onyendu said, pray for the resurrected angels that have come to revenge the dead of Biafrans. Those that want Nigeria have killed their mothers, killed their children, killed their women and men. Onyendu said, when you wake up, he said, remember to pray for them. Oh. Remember to tell God to protect them. Yes. Because these are the men that have come to revenge the death of those that one Nigerian terrorists have massacred. Remember to pray for them. That was his advice to you. So, very fantastic job. Very great job that Simon Ekpa is doing. Very, very is doing. You must go and listen to Simon Ekpa, who is doing a very fantastic job. So this admonition now from Prime Minister, many people did not find it funny. We didn't even know that there are people that are out there on the fence that are not even inside autopilot then. When they heard of this, hey, they decided to lobby one Nigeria to find their ways into the Biafran government so that they can come and destroy this message, this accolade that our supreme leader was giving to Simon Ekpa. Because the enmity has been there long before now. The enmity has been there. Onyendu said, when you wake up, remember to do this prayer. Pray for those that God have brought to revenge the death of Biafrans. Because many have been massacred, many have been slaughtered, but nobody to speak for them. But now, we have gotten angels that God sent from above to revenge the death of every Biafran that have been massacred. And then, the angels were available there, which nobody even called them. They rose up on their own to revenge the death of Biafrans. Those that they have made motherless, fatherless, sisterless, uncle-less, relationless, grandmama-less, grandpapa-less. These angels came to come and revenge their death. Then there came another man now that came in a very fine French suit. In the suit that he wore, only his suit is causing panic to one Nigeria. That is why you hear the Senate cry. What has been the procedure or the tactics that one Nigerian governors in the East applied to see that they destroy the Biafran government? Because it is not just them making noise. Then on Monday, they will still obey the sit at home. So what you people can see that have happened here is that after all these lamentations from the Senate, lamentation from Musa and all the service chiefs, they now devise a strategy from what Musa said and from what this senator said. this senator lamented something.
Mr. President, the Senate is worried.
The Senate is worried
That if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the illegal sit-at-home order, is not checked, he may succeed in corrupting the minds of Nigerian youths and turning them against the government.
and turning them against the terrorist government of Nigeria if the activities of Biafra government is not checked. So, what did now their Okakpatakpata say?
What has been the rule so far of the various state governments? They can't continue to have security votes, sit down, come to Abuja every month and go back home and then obey Simon Ekpa. And then they themselves don't go to work. They tell their family not to go to work. And they move around, like you said, burning police stations from one police station to the other. This must stop. Nigeria is not a banana republic. It's not something we can gloss over. We must bring it to an end.
Solution. Serious solution, not group of hoodlums. These are group of cabals, or may I call it group that are obedient to Sam Eba. They have their head in every state in the southeast, and are functioning. They live in the bushes there. So I want to submit here, please, the matter should be taken more serious than is being presented in this House chamber. It has defied the solution of the state governors. Let the federal government intervene. I so submit.
You may not know the day that Simon Ekpa has given instruction that nobody should go out. That's why we are spending time to discuss this issue. It's a very serious issue. But the primary purpose of government is to protect the lives and also cater for the welfare of citizens. In the southeast, if this situation is allowed to linger, the welfare of the citizens are already affected, and their lives are not safe. One of my senators from my community in Akwa Ibom sent his chief of staff to go to Anambra State. He did not know that that was the sit-at-home day. The chief of staff was killed, and about 4 people in his convoy were murdered.
Now, let's bring you back to the sit-at-home. What happened when the Biafra de facto government and the Biafra Defense Force declared sit-at-home after Biafrans were massacred in Yamufu? After Biafrans were massacred in Biafra land after the convention in January. What happened? What happened? What happened? Ngozi came out openly and said, sit at home to revenge the death of those Biafrans cannot hold. She now went and then used the name of General Eju-Gö Butuzor, blackmailed him, and then wrote the message on Twitter and circulated it. All our E-rats carried it. They do program. They kick against the sit-at-home. Did you hear Senate President of One Nigeria, Akpabio, telling you here that they have to also engage and see how they will stop sit-at-home? Ngozi used her hand and her mouth to pronounce that sit-at-home cannot hold. Sit-at-home that was to revenge the death and to mourn the death of the Biafrans that were slaughtered by our counterpart of One Nigerian government. When General Eju-Gö Butuzor now came out to debunk her using his name to write the memo that there is cancellation of sit-at-home, that there is no sit at home? Do you now see how they come about? Butuzor, Igoya, Eju-Gö. Because Butuzor has spotted her to be a snake. Butuzor has realized to see who she really is. Someone that will impersonate you, use your name, and then write something. Bring it to publish in the media and say you are the one that said it. When you did not say so. You hear Fabio now telling you that they must find a way to fight against this sit at home so that they will not declare sit at home again. So that even when they massacre you, you will not use it at home as a tool of revenge to fight the terrorists back. Some of you don't know that declaring the sit at home gives a leeway and a free avenue and a clear route, enabling environment for the Biafra Defense Forces to engage the terrorists that massacred the Biafrans in those communities. Because you are now going to go and comb those areas to bring out the terrorists. So every Biafran should be away from the bushes. They should be away from the road. They should be away from schools. They should be away from churches. They should all stay in their houses, inside, to give them enabling environment for them to go to get these terrorists and to bring them out. When you want to know and understand the beginning of who is fighting against this very government, you start from looking at a sit-at-home, which is a multi-dimensional approaches that this Biafra government has been using for years against the terrorists of one Nigeria. You come, you fight the sit-at-home. Now, you come, you fight the Biafra Defense Forces. The Chief of Defense Staff of Biafra Defense Forces headquarters is the person that you are saying, Eju-Gö. You have one rabbi that you have planted in another state and say, when he now lives where he is, to go to that place, Eju-Gö, he will see his head on a spike. Biafra Defense Forces. Then those that are following you don't ask these questions. These blind followers. Anyway, most of them are not the blind followers. Most of them are obedient. Most of them are one Nigerianists. Most of them are IPOBDOS, who never for once loved the template of the Biafran government from the beginning. So how will you now sleep and wake up and then expect to see anything good coming out from a place that never had anything good before? The magic is had to happen. Listen to them, oh. Listen to them.
So from the messages I drop, the boy, I keep saying is a nice guy. Mana, we saw Holy Ghost, so don't get carried. So I have nothing against my
When I hear them, okay, Eju-Gö. Hey, the Biafra Defense Forces. You don't have anything against them, but because they don't want to leave the Biafra government to follow your group of USB group, which you registered in January or February, because they refuse to abandon Prime Minister who set up a precept for them, who gave them a template to follow and to continue with that template no matter anything that happens, which is a template that will take them to the final destination. Because they have refused to reject the Prime Minister, because they have refused to betray the Prime Minister. Go here, Eju-Gö. Go here, Eju-Gö, Biafra Defense Forces. Hey. Eju-Gö, Biafra Defense Forces from Ngozi and what's the other name? Pharmacist Diana. This is Biafra Defense Forces that you people are going. Hey! People that sacrifice their lives for Biafrans to be alive. People that sacrifice their lives for us to even answer this name, Biafra, again. People that sacrifice their lives for us to have the notion and the reason to come together and to realize that there is a need to still hold on to Biafra. There is a need to rekindle the fire of Biafra. That there is a need for us to restore our lost glory and dignity and integrity and our identity. People that made us to have a voice. People that have sacrificed everything in their lives. Eju-Gö, because they refuse to dance to your tune, to the template that one Nigeria have given you, to use and enter the Biafran government and destroy everything. Because they have refused, Eju-Gö, because they have refused, Eju-Gö, because they have refused. They have refused to betray the original structure. They have refused to betray everything that they have believed in, because they have refused to betray. This is another one. They have no clue. They have no clue at all. Odogwu Jepota, Asana Yedozu Sobadi, very good. Maria Mago, I have a problem now. Odogwu Jepota, Asno Yedozi, Edozi, Manaiti, and that may I apply. Odogwu Jepota, Odogwu Apuluno, Odogwu Yellow Gate, Odogwu Nabella USB. Susan Day Dozy, come on, if you know I apply. By then, they destroy everything. Una fucking on down for mission. Odoguna and down for mission. Odoguna is done and they get up to where Potam is Zimbabwe. Tien Kuno Gonu. Everybody turn against Adam War. Everybody. Putayon Biko, Moyo, Pipe low. And I beg, I pipe low. Mana or my name another way system to come out. Then I come out. Mkwetini, million years ago, now no majana manke wezioku. Anwa yacha ni yacha, now no maja manke wezioku. No one of amacha zenke wezioku, no one of amacha inche me and gabo sasifa. I tigo munkwebe putagum. Gese nonte. Famasi jana say, Odogu je putasu sende ye dozi. See the same man I am because someone at them may go poor. Oh, man, that no matter be can never come with them. Then they can't. The plan goes all a base and with the voice. I do go ready to pack her bag and go. Every the show, every no. Why here you will pack your bag and go? Why here you will put? And on this very note, please, everyone in the media, dependent and independent and Biafran government media, I understand the pain. Yes. I understand the agony. I understand the fury. I understand the lust. When many of you listened to that Rama, whether 3 days ago, when I called her to speak here, she said, these monstrous beings that they have led to the death of 1,000 and something Biafrans. Yes, she used her mouth to say it. She said what she was part of and what she knows. Yes. So I understand the pain of many people that have lost their families in the course of the sabotage that these people have done. Yes. I understand that if your direct brother or sister or children or women and men were involved, you would not have the heart of even listening to anything from this confession going forward. Yes, but going forward, the media team, anyone speaking in the media, encourage Adade Rama, Remigius, and the rest of them, and Mama Onowu, that are coming out to open the Pandora box. Don't attack them for now, please. Quench your fire, media team. Allow them to continue to open the Pandora box. Yes. Share their videos when they are opening the Pandora box. Share. Let the world hear the evil and the atrocities. Let it be on record. Post it on all platforms. All these exposés, all these confessions that is coming out. Yes. Please, I'm calling on the media team. I say, I understand the pain in the heart of everyone. I understand the level of the sabotage that this Honorable Fulani-led group have done to Biafran government and Prime Minister since after the convention. Yes, I understand that we would have been at the point of many court houses of one Nigeria, many barracks and stations, many civil defense, many federal and state houses packing out of Biafra land by now, because the momentum that Biafrans would have gathered in unison to fund their liberation, wonders would have been happening every day, not every week, every day. The Woto Promax would have skyrocketed into thousands square. I understand the pain, yes, but why? Make una shit una sword. Nobody should attack them again, please. Allow them to continue to open the Pandora box. Yes. They have used me to do all manners of propaganda and blackmail. Do you see me worry about that now? No, I'm not worried about that. I want all Biafrans that have been deceived to come back to realize the Biafra that they started. It doesn't matter that you said or they said, I collected money from Nigeria. I was the one that betrayed Prime Minister. I was the one that betrayed the convention. I wanted to destroy this and that. They had no evidence to give you. So wait for them. When it is the day, they will see come back to talk about that one and to undo what they did. But for now, I don't even want them to go to that side yet. They should go into the digging, and opening the Pandora box of what they know that this evil woman were using one and two peoples to do. Yes. So that the formidability, the connectivity, the togetherness, the connection of all Biafrans will come back. Yes. The resources that should have gone into one channel to get down to go and take care of our liberation, which they have torn apart. We want it to start coming back. So nobody should attack Adarama again. Nobody should attack Mama Onowe again. Nobody should attack Remigius again. Please allow them to continue to undo what they were used to do. Yes. Let them continue to undo. Let them continue to open the Pandora box so that every Biafran will be coming back. And also, please, when they are on program, tell them they should be putting the Biafran government website there. They should be posting the fundraising flyers there. They should be posting all the links that somebody can easily reach out to go and do what? Make donation to the liberation under BRGIA. Shoot your sword, oh, media team, please. We want everybody back, not back to Sonio Mbano. Because when you listen to this lady, she is so bitter with Sonny. She is so bitter with Sonny because Sonny Akbarawa did not allow her to destroy Prime Minister and the Biafran government. So You're not coming back to Sonny. You are coming back to our Biafra. Our Biafra. Our Biafra. Yes. I want everybody to come back and then fund our Biafra, which we started, which we still have a long journey to go. Yes. Share what they are bringing, these Pandora boxes. That is why, as we are here now, we are using it to do program, so that those that did not hear will hear. Because those that also hear it in a very rapid manner and did not sit down to pick the point. Because when you listen to this conversation now, if you don't listen very well and put your ear down, you will not pick this phrase, Ego ya Eju-Gö. If you don't put your ear down well, assimilate this message, listen to it 2 or 3 times, you will not come and pick this phrase to understand the dangers of this phrase that is embedded in this very conversation. No. So please, allow them, share what they are bringing, the Pandora box that they are opening. Let Adarama continue to bring more. Mama Onowu, bring more. Remigius, bring more. But please, everything that you're going to bring, try to bring that evidence, factual. Don't do like the propaganda that they use you people to do, because nothing that they gave you people to be doing propaganda against Sonny, Ajare, and Okenkere had any evidence. So now that you're going to start bringing about these evil women and men that are in that place now, be coming with evidences, like this one now, like this one that Adarama brought now, you can hear it, evidence-based. You listen to it, you hear it, you touch it, you feel it. Then you can feel the pain of Ngozi Fulani against Sonny. Hey!
So from the message you saw drop, the boy, I keep saying is a nice guy. Mana, yeah, we saw Holy Ghost, so okay, so yeah, I have nothing against.
Eju-Gö. When I hear where the word, the phrase go there, the phrase go there very low. So if you don't listen very well, you know, go pick that thing where they talk there. Oh, it is somewhere hidden.
The 40 state of Biafra, it is decentralized. As a commander in a state, in a economic state, in a Hauku state, in a commander and the hand with the that is why Monday na Holy Ghost, so Monday na believe in a now come on, because we now get down another state, can't tell you. That is the thing.
Yeah. When you go to another state, Kapia Yegi. Now they hear the plan. When you go to when Holy Ghost, when Butuzor will now go to another state, Kapia Yegi. This is the Biafra Defense Forces General Command. Just like you have a Chief of Defense Staff, Musa, for one Nigeria. Then Chief of Defense Staff came to 82 Division. And then, because why? He refused to betray Prime Minister by destroying the Biafra Defense Forces and handing over to you. So you have now planted other people in different states that if they try to enter another state from the 40 state of Biafra that you claim,
now come on, because we now get down another state, can't tell you. That is the thing.
That is the thing. I hope una dey hear me, sir. Minister Jare, una dey the university, una dey the
Honorable Minister, this is the military intelligence.
Oh, is academic highness?
Yes, I am.
I wanted to
Greetings.
say something, appreciate your vibes and your explicatio. I appreciate your vibes and your explicatio because I'm on the way. Mercedes.
Right on.
You get the point. The person you call Ngozi Orabueze is a learner. He's a very, very learner. But we don't care about her learning technique because she doesn't have the technique, neither the technology. What is there is that the defense is for those that understand defense. If she was choosing, she would have concentrated on her own job, which is just to bring paper to Prime Minister's small secretary, because she's not the only secretary to Prime Minister, but she had what you call hidden agenda, which I cannot classify into agendum because she's not yet born to understand the meaning of agendum. That is the reason why she is just rigmaroling in the spirit of algomitolo, in the sense that if the person like the she is not yet understanding her duty, but she has an ego to becoming known, not following the due process, she make mistake. That is on the side of when we think that she is a right person. But on the other side, she is an agent of the zoo because according to the ideology and the principle of liberation, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say that we must be whiter than white and whiter than snow, that we must stay on a platform, the platform of Biafra, which means we should not mix ourselves with the zoo, the sacrament of unum personarum nest misculium. But she violated that by connecting herself with the zoo. And you have the UPU, that is United People's Party. And as we are even contemplating on that, we saw under military intelligence that she is aligned with what you call the Islamic bank system, the Taj Bank. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you,
Amen.
Honorable Minister. Nobody should follow Ngozi Orabueze. Ngozi Orabueze, as a Nigerian, talk more of a Biafran. Talk more of United States of Biafra. Talk more of BRGIE. Ngozi Orabueze belong to Uthman Danfodio, what you call the Fulani Mujahid Feminile. I hit my mic. God bless you in secula seclorum.
Thank you, His Academic Highness. Thank you for
My
your input.
minister.
Thank you. Yes, University.
Minister, I wanted to say that this other part of these people involving themselves with Ebubago, I think is the clear part where they try to demonstrate the indictment of Prime Minister at a very high level. Because you know what that will mean when they say that Igbos are killing themselves and Prime Minister is trying to fund this terrorism that is destabilizing Igbo land. And Ngozi Orabueze was the one that was supposed to champion it in order for their effort to connect. So this is very, very obvious for Biafrans. So people like Gochuku Biafra who are following these people should learn now or never.
Yeah, thank you, University. Some of these people that you are calling their names and say they should learn now. Some of them, there are things they have used to brainwash them. Some they use money, some they use more lies, some they use voodoo to brainwash them. So you need less of wasting time to look for those kind of people to realize themselves. Yes. Yes.
Minister, what's more, this lady, all the people she choose in her so-called states, she replaced Bubagu, are those Fulanis that speak Igbo, and the Organiru Biafra is one of them. Organiru Biafra is one of them. She's using Organiru to kill our people. And again, you realize that Musa meaning of insecurity is when our people are defending ourselves, we become insecurity. But when they are killing us, everywhere is okay. That is meaning of insecurity for Musa. Thank you.
Thank you. Ugochukwu Biafra, while
My minister.
university, yes, wait, Mazi Matuegu. Ugochukwu Biafra, while university was saying something, you're laughing. And while Mazi Namba is saying something, you're laughing. So, Butuzor and the Biafra Defense Forces, Igoya, Eju-Gö, because of not bowing down to Ngozi Thr Aten, is a very good thing to you to laugh. And if they should cross from one state to another as the chief of defense staff of Biafra now, they cut them to pieces now. It's a very good thing for you. That's why you're enjoying the show. You see, that is why I said some of you, some things have been used to brainwash you that even wasting time to say someone should come and correct your brains is a waste of resources and energy and time.
Before
Dr.
before
Mbatu,
before
over
this
to you.
investigation started, this
My
woman must have said the
information
same thing
minister.
Ikoya is to go to Prime Minister.
You are right. You are right. Because she would never meant anything good for us, the Biafrans. She's in us. She came to that cabinet or close to Prime Minister for a purpose. From everything that have been played out, when the senators are lamenting, when every complaint is going on in Nigerian government, everywhere are complaining because of the activities of the liberation forces. What they needed to do is to go underground. Do we have someone around him? Yes, we have someone. Who do we send? And she raised her hand. Father, send me, like Jesus, the one that told us the story. And she took a template from them, and began to play along with it. But the problem is that she never knew that there are lots of gatekeepers. Now you understand the reason why Odogu Obatobie said, even if you betray me, you will not succeed. And for those who are being so emotional, remember that Odogu also said, when they asked him, what if you are arrested? He said, it will be a badge of honor. His detention over there to us is painful. To him is a badge of honor because he knows he's coming out. Please, my information minister, I want you to also go to the other side where Ngozi destroyed Olo group on Telegram. I thought Roma played that. I think that was I'm in tomorrow now because you guys are still in yesterday. I thought Roma played that. How she deliberately, manipulatively, wicked. You know, when we talk about witchcraft, people are looking for maybe one bird that will fly in the night, or one ikwi that will be flying and crying in the midnight. This is real witchcraft you are seeing like this. Witchcraft. Someone is practicing witchcraft before you, destroying things, manipulating things. Please, I want you to also touch that side where Ngozi deliberately destroyed Olu group that has almost 800 members in that group. When she found out she cannot remove the admins she don't like, she decided to frustrate that group, the group that Obatobi opened by himself, and made her admin. We are not happy. Oh. We are not happy. Biafrans are not happy with all that is going on. We are not happy.
I rest my case here. Please touch that place, that Olu group that Ngozi destroyed, so that people will still listen and open their eyes, because a lot of people are coming back. So many people are coming back. I know the calls I've received yesterday, trying to authenticate. Someone sent me this voice, the complete note message for the exposition of Adadorama, trying to know if it's confirmed. And I begin to educate that person. And by the time I was able to dish out everything to that person, and he was confused. He said, but we never know that this woman is like this. Many of them never knew. Touch that on the side, because that is where the most evil of Ngozi Rebasa was made known and exposed. Thank you, Muchineke. You want to more?
Thank you, Mwachineke. I don't know if
Meh,
the short words
meh,
that I have.
meh, meh.
And Anoyo, I thought you can respect yourself. I brought you to the speaker for you to wait for your time and then say what you want to say. But if you now start disgracing your family like this, you'll be prone to be expunged from here. So if you can see that there are other people here, they are not disgracing themselves like the way you just disgrace yourself now. So if you want to say something, wait. When I open the mic for people to start talking, you talk. They stop disgracing yourself the way you are, because you're not the only one that is foolish here. Yes, there are some other people that are foolish, but they try to maintain their foolishness. They don't bring it to the public. But you're here now displaying your foolishness. I want to open the mic for everyone to speak. So that is why I want to finish play this thing. I don't know if that part of Olu is on this very one, because this one is just the part that deals with this Eju-Gö. Uh-huh. This is the only part that we are dealing on today. The complete version is there. I posted it out so everyone can go and listen to it. We'll come back again for that side of the Olu. Today was just for this very phrase that you see here, that they plan the elimination and the destruction of the Biafra Defense Forces. So it will be segment by segment so that the thing will penetrate Biafrans very well and they will understand the point. Thank you, Mazi, Dr. Mbatuego. So from the messages I drop, the boy, I keep saying is a nice guy. Mana, yeah, we saw Holy Ghost, so don't get carried, so yeah, yeah, man, you can Eju-Gö. I am not. Eju-Gö. Their cup full because they sacrificed their lives to defend Biafra. So their cup now has to full because they decided to have an idiot, a criminal and a traitor inside the government of Biafra and to work with, which have been used by Nigerian government. So Ifeya Eju-Gö, see, when you enter inside the bush to go and hunt with someone and then you think that the person get brain, you reach inside there, he turn the barrel of gun on you and turn you to the antelope. This is what you face. He turn round and carry gun, tell you, say, your cup don't full. Now you and them, they shout Biafra since so. Now they turn gun on you, tell you, say, your cup don't full. Why? Because he now decides to play the other part of the card for the zoo terrorists. Now it's no more Biafra. Now it is Ebubagu. Ebubagu are now the real armed group for her to use. So Biafra Defense Forces, you go here, Eju-Gö. Against Miami, the Emirates 40 state of Biafra. It is decentralized. As a commander in a state, in a San Economico state, in a Hauku state, in a commander in Biafra, and the hunter in there with the Diaja. That is why. Monday na Holy Ghost, Monday na believe na now come and go because we know that they came another state can't carry you. That is the thing. Yeah, go another state, kill them because they have committed crime of defending Biafra. Sacrifice their life. So That is the crime they have committed. They cross to another state. If they go for any inspection or meeting, they should be killed because they refuse to bow to Ngozi.
And that is why they were not able to commit the havoc and committed during the transition between Nnamdi Kanu's time and the Simon Ekpa. They can't do it now.
Ask this person now that is talking. When we transited the ESN from the hands of DOS, which they handed 90% of them to Nigerian terrorist governors in Biafra land, then we had to revamp. Many of them, you heard when Soludo was saying he has been communicating with DOS prior to his election completion, that they have come out to say they are no more doing Biafra. They have given them amnesty. They have given them money. They handed all the sticks and groundnuts that was available to the governors. Ask this Eju that is talking now if she was anywhere to be found in autopilot then. So the foolish ones that are listening to her now, when you hear her talk here now and say that is why they could not do this during the transition period of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa, ask her if she was in Biafran autopilot. Ask her. The names you can hear that time was Dr. Nelly, Madam Oyibo, Madam Azuka, and Umuada. Those are the people that we stood together to revamp ESN that was sold out to the zoo governors. So those ones that were with DOS that just and obedient that just came back now, when they hear her talk like this, they say, so she was here. Oh, she was here in the bush, right? She was here in 2021 in the bush. Until when they saw that the stabilization of the ESN has become more fortified. Until when they saw that the laugh they used to laugh us when we do fundraising once in a month. Until when they saw that the once in a month fundraising, we change it to two times in a month. Until when they saw we change from 2 times in a month to 3 times in a month. Until when they saw we change from 3 times in a month to every week. Until when they saw that one Nigeria started crying in a very loud voice. That was when many of them look in and then saw and see, oh, you will be shocked that while Simon Ekpa and his entire autopilot group were shouting, no elections in Biafra land, no Anambra elections, the person that is speaking here was making arrangement for Nigeria elections. You will be shocked. And when we were doing 2023 no elections, the person that is talking here was granting interview to One Nigeria that they are making every effort to see that every man and woman have a right and is allowed to cast a vote in 2023 election of One Nigeria. One face in Biafra, the other face in 2023 elections of One Nigeria. Ask them, ask her, were you here during the transition process of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa when ESN was scrapped, when One Nigeria wanted to take it over, and then Umuada, the women, stood their ground to be bringing their penny, they will be bringing their coin, they will be raising fund, they'll be standing their ground. When we'll be doing fundraising and they will be singing the praises of Prime Minister. Umuada and Prime Minister will be in the Zoom to create awareness on Friday and Thursday. Friday and Thursday, just to talk to Biafrans to make sure every Biafran fall in for the fundraising on Saturday. We were there. You did not see them. No. They waited to see that it took 4 to 5 to 3 to 1 and many years to build the house. After it was totally built on a solid rock, they now jump in to come and destroy because they see the success. They see and know where this vision is going. If opportunity is allowed, just like the senator said, Mr. Speaker, the Senate is worried.
Mr. President, the Senate is worried that if the activities of Simon Ekpa, who is issuing the illegal sit-at-home order, is not checked, he may succeed in corrupting the minds of Nigerian youths and turning them against the government of Nigeria. Accordingly, the Senate resolved to condemn the sit-at-home in totality.
Condemn the sit-at-home in totality. This exact thing that Ngozi did. Exact thing that Ngozi did. Condemn the sit-at-home in totality. After the massacre of Biafrans, after the convention, Ngozi came out to condemn the sit-at-home that the Biafran people declared to revenge the death of their own. She condemned it in totality. So what is different from the template of one Nigeria given to her to come and do? Nothing.
Adoka State, Karaba and Ando Chepia, we have one country, one nation, United States of Biafra. When you believe in our own Judeo, but Yabaya another state. Can you will be at that? What's all? So you want to quite know. Everybody, they kind of raise. I was going to get raise. Abana people, Bogata people, can you raise? A man of the high yesterday, I won't name that. I don't know my what. I'm not the what's the why you are. I don't know. O just say Biafra to chief of staff. Can you check out the list?
That cry and that laugh they laughed, it turned out to be over 50 million naira. Over 50 million naira. Nyatala? Over 50 million naira of Biafra donations given to Ebubagu Caterpillar, and it disappeared. The same mouth that you hear them laughing at Sonia Barawa, Ajare Ogenkere, and the BRGI, it is that same mouth that they used to cry that over 50 million naira of that money that they raised, which we say bring the money to the Biafra liberation. They refuse. They laugh at us as you heard them laugh. They took the money to where? To Ebubago. And then they say, Ikoya Eju-Gö. If Biafra Defense Forces say anything, they will kill them. Their cup is full. If they make any move to enter one other state, to do any inspection or do one or two, they will clear them through away. They will kill them through away. Then that same mouth that they used to laugh, thinking that they are making mockery of Sonny and BRGI and Prime Minister and Biafra Defense Force, it is that same mouth that they now use to cry and say over 50 million naira that they gave Caterpillar and then it disappeared. It is that same mouth that they still use.
So it is not something that is affecting only the South.
It is that same mouth that they still use to tell you that every structure that Prime Minister kept, that they have destroyed it. That everything that Prime Minister did, that they have turned it upside down. That everybody that Prime Minister sent out, that they have brought back into the system, Ebubago.
So I go see
PM mumele spell. All the DPM monokuru. So I go see a PM mumele spell. Olutanto, what about the name of the 14th state of Biafra and everybody can walk. Yahweh, Bubadi, and I walk in the 14th state of Biafra. Ndubuko, I not condemn una Nigeria. They made a crew to the Buku Halam. So now they painted the Buku Halam, Tinyabena, and Ibanaba. Now a Bubago, who put the painted the Bubago, but even at the defense, indeed. It can acquire more. The PM movement spell. All the DPM. So I go see a PM movement spell. Olutanto, what about the name of the 14th state of Biafra and everybody can walk. Yahweh, Bubadi, and I walk in the 14th state of Biafra. Ndubuko, I not condemn una Nigeria. They made a crew to the Buku Halam. So now they painted the Buku Halam, Tinyabena, and Ibanaba and Iguna, but we see. Now a Bubago, who put the painted the Bubago, but even at the defense indeed. It can acquire more. The PM movement spell. All the DPM monokuru. So I go see a PM movement spell. Olutanto, what about the name of the 14th state of Biafra and everybody can walk. Yahweh, Bubadi, and I walk in the 14th state of Biafra. Ndubuko, I not condemn una Nigeria. They made a crew to the Buku Halam. So now they painted the Buku Halam, Tinyabena, and Ibanaba and Iguna, but we see.
After they tried all this and it did not work, they decided to look for a way of unveiling the faces and the real identity of the Biafra Defense Forces. Because they have already discussed this one. You go here, Eju-Gö. It no work. Okay, when they go to another state, they will kill them. It did not succeed. What next? Listen to this one. They say they will bring their faces on ID card so that they can get all their information.
They put an order here, they will just question the order. Like, for instance, the requirement for our men to act like a regular military. That's a great idea. Why we don't want to say that, that cannot be done? We wanted to have some form of ID, a number, so that when they are costed, they can now be proud to say that they are Biafra soldier.
Now they hear them.
We cannot be a ragtag military. We cannot be renegade. We cannot be that because we are government now. We're a country now. So we have to start acting like one. We have to be responsible to our people. We have to defend ourselves and our people and our land. So in that case, there comes Geneva Convention. So Geneva Convention is very, very important for us to be under that Geneva Convention, so that if any of our members is captured by the Nigerian authorities, because they know they are the occupying force in our land right now. They are the occupying force. We are liberating ourselves. We can do anything in this world possible for us to liberate ourselves, including anybody that is in our way to eliminate that person. So we have that right. And now that we want our men to be recognized, to know who we are, to know who they are. And the only way we can do that by removing all these infiltrators. Then you see someone that is like a kidnapper, for instance. And the government, the terrorist government will arrest the person and return the person Biafra soldier. So you see some of all those criminals and return them. So we want to remove all that. How do we do that? By issuing an ID, some of ID card.
Issue ID card so that Nigerian government can be able to trace them, trace their families, know their faces, go after them with their address and every information that is issued. You don't even stop for the ID card though, as they have tried this Eju-Gö. They don't try them. You don't see work. Now they don't go ID card, they no work. The next thing is you must go and open bank account. They say they should go and open bank account. They will put money to them direct into bank account. So that from bank account, they will use it to track all their information.
Over 50 million. Over
50 million. Then the caterpillar. Nowhere to find the caterpillar. And I cried out. And I shout. And I scream.
You see, this is the place where they were laughing at Sonny, telling them, where is the money that you are deceiving people collecting from fundraising? Where is the money? Bring the money. Send it to the Biafra Defense Force because it is Biafra money. They were laughing why I'm asking them to bring the money, what they are using the money for. And then later, the cry of the 50 million naira that Butuzor now, which they brought, collected, disappeared. I salute all Biafrans. But I just want us to understand and see the Biafrans that have sacrificed their lives, the Biafra Defense Forces that have sacrificed their lives since 2012 in the bushes, to this very day to see that Biafra is the Biafra that we are speaking of. The reason why we gather in Lati, the reason why we gather in Helsinki, the reason why Musa and One Nigeria are crying on a daily basis is because of the Biafra Defense Forces. And today you're hearing Madam Orabu Fulani telling you go here, Eju-Gö to the Biafra Defense Forces because they refuse to bow to her. It's a pity. All right, the floor is open to the entire media to make it happen. Yes, let the message continue to spread, please. Take the mic and let it spread. Minister Ajare, are you there? Open the floor before you hand it over to us. So if you never sleep, oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Wow. Thank you. Ngozi has been busted. And I am so grateful to Chukwu Kabiama because she thought that she would succeed in making a mess of all the hard work and efforts of millions of Biafrans who have stood behind our Prime Minister. You know, it is now that I understand that when we used to sing the song, "Ihe anyị na-eme bụ ihe mmụọ, na onye anyị na-achụrụ aja bụ oke mmụọ," you know, it is not those who sing the song, but it is actually what the song means. Because I was hearing one of the ladies that she sacked that was also telling them on Twitter, "Yeah, but she was there joining Ngozi to destroy. Yeah, but now the reality of Ihe na-eme bụ ihe mmụọ is actually what is destroying Ngozi. You know, I'm beginning to ask myself, what a wonderful master planner this Chukwu Kabiama is. You know, look at the way he just positioned Adadiorama and kept her there. Adadiorama was firing off us, fire us left, right, and center, curse everybody. But there was a purpose why Chukwu Kabiama left her there. And if Adadiorama did not fire us, attack us, you know that this woman will not trust her to the extent of now revealing all these things comfortably. You know, to her now, she was talking with her own paddy, and she was speaking. Butuzor is nonsense. Butuzor ikoye Eju-Gö. Butuzor, that is the way she was. And then you ask yourself, and all these people that have been calling this Madam Bao, Ngozi Kaigese, and each time they hear anything from her about Butuzor, that Butuzor is on her side, they will come and say, "You see, Butuzor have left these people." Have they now heard what that Butuzor means to her? That to her, she would wish that Butuzor was no more. But I want to remind her tonight that Igwe Butuzor bụ ogbu onye mgbe ndụ ya na-atọ ya ụtọ. Igwe Gentle the Yahoo bụ ogbu onye mgbe ndụ ya na-atọ ya ụtọ. These are people that have sacrificed their lives for Biafra.
They have stood barefooted before the burning bush, and they have sworn with their life that by hook or by crook, either dead or alive, they must restore Biafra. And Ngozi thought this was a joke, to come and make a mess of the sacrifice of millions. When Biafrans were going to the polls, almost 60 million Biafrans were voting. Ngozi was maybe throwing her nose at us and saying, this thing they're doing now, I'm going to make a rubbish of it. Ngozi, I bet you with my 10 fingers and my 10 toes. Ọ bụrụ na ịtụtụ komkom, ị mara na afọ m abụrụ Rafael Chamaka jere. Ngozi must tụtụọla komkom. She must tụtụọla komkom. I'm telling you, because the frustration that Chukwuokike Abiama is bringing on her is going to be too heavy. You know, hi, when I listened to that one that happened, that she did to Olo, she said she could not sleep. You see the wicked machinations of Ngozi. Ngozi is a bundle of evil, a packaged evil that the devil came and dumped in the midst of Biafra and thought that by the time she began to happen, that Biafra will be in disarray. But as that evil package was opened, the beautiful, glorious light of Biafra have dismantled, discomfited, dissolved her. And now she is shaking like a vampire that appeared under the sun, that cannot stand the heat of the rising sun of Biafra. Ngozi, hey, I'm telling you, Ụmụ Chineke, those lovers of freedom that have seen what is happening, you have seen nothing yet. You will encounter and see the beauty of Biafra. Because everyone that say you will not see Biafra, as my language and the people say, I bless you all as we continue on this space line and as I hand over the microphone to the co-hosts to continue from here. Thank you, my able Minister of Information. May the grace of the Lord be with you all.
Thank you, Minister Jare. Thank you. Co-host, over to you. Minister Ife, Minister Toti, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister of Information and Deputy. Greetings from here, Toti, and all lovers of freedom. Well, after listening to this, and you are still confused, you know that you know exactly what you are doing. Because some of these people have come to realize that some of them, they knows what they are doing. And there is no amount of preaching. If you like, bring any proof. Some of them, mostly these ones on space, they know the truth, they know exactly what is going on. But instead of them to change, they prefer to make sure that they destroy this movement. And the only thing to do is to stop them. Like I said, as far as this Biafra movement is concerned, and I am seeing the way they are killing my people, I don't have friend in this movement. When we get to Biafra land, we'll start talking about friendship. Because some of them you are seeing, the reason why you are seeing them in this group is because some of them took decision because of their friends, which I know some of them. The decision and anything they are doing today, they are doing. And if you ask them question, they cannot answer anything. Because their friends said, because of what their friends said, is the reason why they are doing what they are doing. And tomorrow, somebody will wake up and tell you that we have to forgive this person or anything. That is why we have to put friendship aside. Fight for our freedom, get our freedom. When we get home, we can be friends. But as it stands now with what has happened, we have to put friendship aside. Because these people have caused so many things. If not because of those who God have already put in that position to make sure that something like this will not happen. The plans of this Madam Bao was to destroy this brigade. I will continue to say it. I saw some of their all these children on space writing that me, somebody like me, that I'm on the run. I laugh at these people. So the thing is that you guys can continue to make noise. Hmm? You can continue to make noise. Like I said in the afternoon, you can talk from now to tomorrow. You can threaten from now to tomorrow. The only thing is that you can never go close me because all this noise on social media is nothing to me. It's nothing to me. I listened to one of them saying that calling my name today. I laugh. You guys can discuss me from now to tomorrow. You see this Biafra freedom guy who go block everywhere. Who go block everywhere. You understand? Anybody that is thinking that when PM come out, PM will not start from beginning again. It's not going to happen. Never, not in this life. We go block everywhere. We are going to block everywhere. When PM come out, PM will be proud of those standing with the briggy. That is the most important thing. You think tomorrow you will come out and tell us that it was a mistake. I never know that this woman was deceiving us. And somebody like us, you think we are going to listen to those nonsense? The only people I have respect for are those who get the message when PM say, fall back and continue what you are doing. Let's move on. March these people down. Chase these people out of our land. These are the only people I will respect. But you see these ones who are saying that that message from PM, I don't think is true or anything. Why the same woman, this Diana, made it clear on this voice note that when the person that wanted to pass the message to her, that the person was afraid to talk to her. And tomorrow somebody will come now and tell me that they don't know what is happening. They were thinking it's a PM did not send the message and those things. Brother, that time, no forgiveness. Nobody should discuss forgiveness that time. Because if maybe these people, this woman with her plans and those people that he have already packed and put them around her, she wanted to use them to destroy everything that we are doing. But their anger is because if you listen to the way they are talking on that thing, you will see the kind of anger they have for Minister of Information, Deputy Minister of Information, APM, Eju-Gö Butuzor. Look at the way this woman, somebody who don't even know how this structure and everything started, he was telling the general himself that I don't care. As far as you are following APM, you are following Minister of Information, Deputy, and that they don't longer care about you. If you enter another state, appear to Egi. If you enter another state, appear to Egi. You see that voice note? It's important. That voice note will continue to play it. We will continue to play it. PM will listen to it. At the end of the day, all of us, we are going to judge ourselves. But don't forget, whatever you are doing today, if I'm the one that is wrong, when we get to Biafra land, judge me with anything. But if you are the one, don't forget that the judgment day is coming for anything you are doing. Because as far as our people, they are killing our people, we will continue to keep the record, count it, so that we will use their blood to judge every one of you that is trying to destroy this Biafran government. We all know that Briggy will liberate our land before we get that name USB. And the worst is that some people don't even know that with all these things you people are doing, Biafran people can decide tomorrow and say that USB, they will not answer it. They can decide tomorrow. Biafran people can decide anytime and change that name. So you want to use that USB to deceive people. USB that you cannot find anywhere if you go to Google today, you will not see it anywhere. Go there and search about a Briggy. You will see everything about Briggy. You cannot find their USB. You want to click it now, you only see charger everywhere. And you are coming to use it to deceive our people. Everybody should remember, put it in your head that when the time comes, those who sabotage this movement, they will face the court. Thank you very much, Minister of Information and Deputy. I greet you. Toti, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ife. Thank you very much, my Information Minister, Honorable Sonny Akbarawa, and also the Deputy, Pastor Van, the Shaolin Egg Master of the Biafran people. You know, actually, you guys have really done so much and done well with the opening speech, and then consigning this the excesses of this particular woman of concern, which is Madam Bao Bao. You know, she's so ignorant of so many things. That is why she's dancing naked all over the marketplaces, because you don't threaten your military. No matter the disagreement or maybe argument that you have with your military, the last thing you can do as a leader or as a person or as a citizen in any country, in any democratic country that respects the rule of law, is for you to go ahead and start threatening your military, that you know that they're the backbone of your government, that without them, whatever you're doing is just nothing. So she's full of ignorance and wickedness. That's just what I actually see in this particular individual. And it has always been without a way is going to be the highway. And we, the Biafran people, the day we decided to come together to forge ahead to see how we can be able to restore our lost country back, we all have this heart of humility, and we always try to consider one another in order to make peace among ourselves and see how to forge ahead in unity. But we all have seen from our utterances in this voice record that was heard between her and Pharmacy Diana and also at that diorama, we all can see the kind of statement that is coming out from this particular woman. And if you have a critical mind or a critical thinking, you will know that this woman has nothing for the Biafran people. She only came into this Biafra restoration project as a sleeper cell, which was planted by the Nigerian terrorist government, because it's very obvious now that whatever is the principle of the Biafran people is what this woman always goes against. So I think there's no too much time to start, explaining or trying to convince every one of us to really know what this woman stands for and what she's trying to do in this Biafra restoration project. And the reason why she's lamenting and crying so bitterly and even volunteering to sabotage the Biafran restoration project and also the Biafran Defense Forces is because she knows that she has lost. Because assuming that she's having any hope that maybe at the end of the day she can be able to topple the government and hijack the government, she might not be coming out openly in a discussion like this, that she even know might even be going public, even though she's so ignorant of whatever she's doing. To be so much hatred and condescending words that is just coming out from this woman. And if we listen to this particular voice very well, you will see the way she belittles everybody, even our prime minister. She belittles everybody. She calls the men on ground Omaka. That is as if maybe they are. How old is she? That she's calling everybody Omaka. Imagine matured men. Some of them are married. Some of them are in their 40s, in their 50s, being inside the bush for years, trying to protect the land of Biafra. But all you can do in your private conversation is to use condescending words against them and belittle them, because you have no respect for the Biafran people. So that is why she can be able to come out and be using such a kind of condescending words against this particular Biafran Defense Forces, and even everyone that have stood against her sabotage. Even our acting Prime Minister, Honorable Gechukwu Nkere, the way she belittles the acting Prime Minister, also our information minister, and also the deputy information minister. But all I have to say, I want to thank the acting prime minister and also thank the information minister and his deputy for standing strong to resist this woman, despite so much attack that came to all of you. But you all still stood your ground and make sure this woman did not penetrate the gate. You became the three wise men that blew the whistle against this particular woman that has come to destroy what we and the prime minister and also our supreme leader have suffered for so many years in tears and blood to build up to this moment. And as Ife said, when you go to make research of the USB that she's perambulating everywhere, parading everywhere, as if maybe it's a legal entity that wants to get the Biafran people freedom, only thing you will see there is just USB charger. You can pick up your phone wherever you are and just type USB, because that USB has never and have not been recognized as a country or as an entity fighting to restore a lost nation. So that is why you can never see anything historical about the Biafran movement attached to that USB. The only place you can be able to see the historical movement that is attached to the Biafran cause is when you go into IPOB, that's Indigenous People of Biafra, which our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the leader, and also the Biafra Republic government in exile that took over from there and make sure that we are at this point in time where we are, that the world have recognized and the world are beginning to hear our voice. And now such person is coming to tell you to leave such government that was instituted to restore Biafra and start following an entity that is not recognized anywhere in the world as a country or even as an entity fighting for a country. So sometimes it baffles me that some people that we think they are learned, they have something upstairs, are just following this woman sheepishly and also making a caricature of themselves all over social media. But what I want to tell them is that they will not understand what they are doing to themselves now until tomorrow. They will come to understand, and they will not go back to all those videos, all those voices, the spaces, the programs they had against the Biafran Republic government in exile and against over 50 million people that are supporting the Biafran Republic government in exile, which our prime minister, our prime minister is Ngozi Simon Ekpa. They will come to realize and see how stupid they sound and how they mess themselves up when they are trying, to protect and support evil, support lies, support illegality, support fraud, because this particular woman is a fraud, arrogating herself so many positions. She's the DP, her so-called DPM. She's the so-called acting head of state. She's the so-called so many names that are not legal. You understand? So it's just all about the Nigerian mentality. Just go in there, grab the box, and run with it, just like what the terrorist Tinubu said during the last their 2023 presidential selection that they called election. That's what this woman is trying to practice in Biafra, but which we, the gatekeepers, and every one of us that are here today have really stood strong and said no to that illegality. And that is why she's running mad all over social media now, trying to see if she can be able to still convince more people, because our people are really coming back and our people are really seeing the truth and our people are beginning to understand who their enemies are. And this particular woman of concern is the #1 enemy of the Biafran people. As it stands now, if you are not saying it in that point of view, start from now and start saying at that point of view, because she is the infiltrator that was planted by the terrorist Nigerian government into the Biafran Republic government in exile. But we thank Chukwu Kika Abiyama for giving us the strength, the wisdom, and understanding to be able to decipher on time and really find out who this woman really is. And today we have the upper hand against that. Now she's just trying to see how to rescue herself from this mess, but she will never be rescued out of this mess that she has put in herself into, because at the end of the day, she's going to face the law of the Biafran people, and she will be prosecuted accordingly and sentenced accordingly. There will be no forgiveness because she has done so much sabotage to this movement. So thank you very much, every one of us that are here today. Thank you for gracing the space. So I would like to hit my mic here. Ife, back to you. Is our information minister there?
Yeah, but Toti, you can go ahead. I will bring people up. But the thing is that if you are coming here to ask question, I'm the one that is controlling it. If you come here and you try to misbehave, I will send you to exile. Believe me. Toti, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mazi Ife. University, our minister, are you there? University in Kende Biafra, are you there, sir? University is not there. Defense MID Brigade, do you have anything to say before we start moving the mic? Defense MID Inter Brigade official, are you there? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all these people I'm calling is like they are not on their mic.
Okay,
Brian, are you there?
Mona still pity us when they for homeland first. I don't go far for you like this. I beg.
Wait.
I don't think
Rage, please don't unmute. No, you just calm down first.
Wait.
Okay,
We are calling according to.
allow him to go first. But Rage, don't unmute again, please.
Rage, oh yeah, you can go. It's a privilege, it's not a right. So try to be respecting it. Thank you.
it's a privilege, but at least Mona still they face a lot of challenges here. Either we face network or we don't have battery in our phone. You understand? The little time when we enter here, now Mona still they pity us. You understand?
That one first. Go ahead.
I greet everybody. I greet the Honorable Minister of Information and all the true Biafrans all over the world. I greet all our leaders. No time to mention names. And those true Biafrans that are sincerely fighting for the freedom. May God's blessing and protection continue to be upon us. And those that are fighting against the freedom, that are pretenders, the sickness upon sickness continue to be upon them. The calamities upon calamities continue to befall them. That is our prayers. You know, sometimes there's a common trend that are beginning to notice from the time of from the time they kidnap Onyedumazi Narikano, that those saboteurs, they are the never do well people. Those saboteurs, they are the dummies, the dumbest people. In fact, lower than animal in reasoning set of people you can ever find, no matter how eloquent they are in their speeches, in their English, and you know, they just speak English, but they can't really reason critically. You understand? I've got to understand that trend that the never do well are always on the part of the saboteurs. We have them on the part of DOS Nigeria. We also have them on the part of this Nigerian woman, Ngozi Thr Aten. You understand? So sometimes they are very, very pathetic set of human beings. You understand? But still we move ahead. My message to the Biafra Defense Forces, the entire Biafra Liberation Army, is that a hidden enemy is more dangerous than a known enemy. Today, you know your enemies. They are so exposed. They are out there in the public. So mind how you deal with them. You understand? So that is a message that I want to pass to them. And secondly, these people think that we are, whether they take us to be like Fulani, I don't even know. The decentralization of the military that he's talking about, if you notice critically, you realize that this is the same pattern the British used to divide our people. They divide us south, southeast, to the point that Urobo speaking person will be seen speaking person as an enemy. Ika speaking person will be seen Ikwere speaking person as an enemy. Igbo speaking person will be seen. You know, these are the kind of divide and conquer that they introduced into us. This is exactly what this evil Nigerian woman, Ngozi Thr Aten, is trying to introduce into the military. These are young men and young women who volunteer their lives, who willingly, nobody forced them. They gave their lives that they want to defend motherland. They want to defend our women and our children, our men and our women, our youth. They came in love with unity of purpose. That purpose is to get the freedom for Biafra. Then look at what the Nigeria agent Ngozi Thr Aten is doing, trying to divide them and bring hatred into them. That the military that are in charge of Urobo Isoko state now, they cannot step into Igodomigodo. When they step into Igodomigodo, they become an enemy. They should be eliminated. You understand? So, but what truth they fail to understand is that if we civilians that have no training are wise enough to understand that divide and conquer was introduced amongst us, into us by the enemies, and we are fighting against it. And every day we keep educating ourselves with the purpose of reuniting with our brothers that we were divided for. so that we can have the number to fight and conquer the enemy. How much more the trained military of the Biafra Liberation Army? So Ngozi Orabueze, you are such a dummy. You're too dumb. In fact, yeah, you know this is why I always say yab you. You know they say make you go to school. Probably maybe now hook up you go to do from one allergy to another allergy. Look at the result now. Eh? You understand? So it's quite pathetic. What makes you think that this simple tricks can work on Biafrans, intelligent, smart Biafrans? What makes you think that it can work on them? So, my dear Biafran Liberation Army, you know your enemy, you know the plan, especially to our triple star general, Eju-Gö Butuzor. You see the plans they are having for you behind the closed door. And to foolish Biafrans that are still stupidly and blindly following, you heard the secret conversation that once the Prime Minister comes out today and he makes the move to unite everybody together, that they will carry their bag and move. And Ngozi Orabueze concord that me, now me go there, yeah? You could move, I go still there, yeah? You understand? So our people, you guys should be very wise. Because these enemies, they may look tough, but they are not tough because they are not, they don't really have the brain upstairs. You understand? You know, the other time I was listening to Go to 47 explaining that after PM, who is the next, who should be the next in command, who should be the next hierarchy. And we go to 47 with Tiboribo was saying that it's COS. That was how I was asking the question that between family member and family staff, who is closer to the family? And when the head of the family is not available, who is supposed to take up the affairs of the family on behalf of the head of the family? So you you can liken that analogy to the government, a cabinet member and chief of staff. Members are the staff. Members are not staff. Cabinet members are not staff. You understand? Chief of staff to the prime minister. Normally, if it is we are fully liberated and we are on ground as a people, the people that are working for the prime minister, like his cook, his drivers, these are the people that Ngozi Orabueze should be chief over, not cabinet members. You understand? So because of their dundee, people like go to 47 when they say make it they go school now for you know go agree. Now where you go they find we by road they push carry load from carry load push load up and down and or if you no push load you go do small for do pickpocket. Somehow he find his way through desert, land himself into Europe. And the Europe when even they now you know they work, they do laziness up and down. Now woman even they feed them, less privilege. You understand? So he's building on the hope that Ngozi Orabueze is promising that is going to charter place for him because to him it's like he's lost in Spain. He's not going to be able to afford transportation back to the Nigeria that they are aiming to come back to. Eh? So when he just saw the opportunity that Ngozi Orabueze promised to charter a flight for them, hey, they are so happy. They dance to the tune. Ngozi Orabueze opened a charity account for them, being the chief of less privilege. Hey, he uses his two hands to grab it. These people are very pathetic, honestly speaking. Don't look at the one they call Marvelous Areze. They recruited into special forces. Just imagine. This is why you see that they cannot confront real men that can challenge them. They only go and kill women and children. They only go and kill innocent girls, women, rape them. These are the only people they can go to. Look at the way Marvelous Areze is now. 15 of that Marvelous Areze. Okay, that would be exaggeration. Let me just say 10 of Marvelous Areze cannot match me when we do a man to man. Because that guy, if he the waka pass now, better breeze blow. If you not put two big stones for his pocket, the breeze will blow him away. You understand? So these are the kind of people you are recruiting into security architecture. To do what? When they even, these people said, when they even see real men, they will run away. Because they are terrorists, they have this terrorist mindset. That is why you see they always go to where civilians are. They attack civilians. They cannot even confront real men that can handle them. You understand? It's quite unfortunate that money.
Rich, please, can you just take 1 minute to round up so we can take other hands? So we can.
I'm rounding up already, my brother. So still on stay. We are moving ahead. So our Biafra Defense Forces, you know your enemy, our general, chief of defense staff, Triple Star General Eju-Gö Butuzor, you heard it all. It was not doctored. It was live. You understand? Live conversation. So you heard it now that somebody is planning so hard to take you out. And I want to say to you that from the entire 40 state of Biafra, the military is one. They have the right to move from one location to another location to do their work, to protect the land of Biafra. The military is one. You are one brother, you are one sister, one blood, and one purpose, one goal. That is Biafra. Thank you very much. I yield the mic here.
Yeah, thank you, Rage and Fury. You know, it is now obvious and open that our number one enemy is this particular woman of concern, and every Biafran need to start seeing this woman for who she is, and try, if you're doing anything with this particular woman, disassociate yourself from her. She has nothing good for the Biafran people, because she has already made her stand clear that if our prime minister comes back, she will leave the restoration project. So if she have any future plan for the Biafran people, she will not be making such statements. To let you know, she only came to destroy and see how to sabotage the movement. So thank you very much, Rage and Fury. Mazi Onyeka Chukwu include the number. You there? Mazi Onyeka. Yeah, 1 million Simon Ekpa, are you there? No, so
I am here. I am here. I am here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Am I coming out?
yes, you can go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, honorable ministers. I greet you all, and ladies and comrades. Thank you. I want to say this before. I know Biafrans. Ngozi Thr threaten all Biafrans. If you are a true-blooded Biafrans, this threat is to everybody. And she has fired the first shot to threaten my life. Okay. Threat to our general is not only him. Okay. When somebody who is protecting you, when the person is threatened, you are the one that is threatened. Okay. Okay. So she threatened us, and she fired the first shot. And also she should wash her back also. And again, when you look into the United States, the Biafra land, the so-called United States of USB charger, you see the people she appoints as admin. Some of them, most of them who have not run, and you need to monitor those people. Okay, they are the problem. They are the machineries. Okay, and the handful of them are Fulanis, just like Organiru. And I want you to tell this, I keep saying it with every alacrity. All the bad goods that's Fulanis, speaks about, they are Fulanis. And at this point, most of the people that surrounded her are Fulanis, both Fulanis in Yoruba and born in Yoruba land, and the one in the entire South, all of them are with her. They are the one in social media commenting trash, talking rubbish. I want you to know that Juju no longer work now. There's how Juju work. When the exposition is being done, there's nobody will tell you that Juju is holding her now. Nobody. Go and verify. Nobody Juju is holding now. Anybody following her now is calculated. Is part of it. Either the person is because of money, or the person is part of them from onset. Okay, that is what nobody Juju is holding now. Nobody. Okay, that is it again. You see, I want to ask this question to my minister. Minister. You know, every time these people are, Musa is talking about our government, they never mention our government. They know that Prime Minister is not leader of is not leading IPOB. The leader of IPOB is also Biafra is Mazin on the camp. Prime Minister is Prime Minister of Biafra government in exile and government homeland. And also we don't have ESN and we don't have men on ground. What we have is a Biafra and Biafra Defense Forces of Biafra Liberation Army and others. So they are applying case against our Prime Minister, who did not commit any crime. Rather, they are the one. Nigeria is the one. I want you to hear me, everybody, those if you are gullible. The people committing crime on us are Nigeria and they are allies. Because everything we are doing for government, our defense forces are lawful in UN Charter for Indigenous Peoples International, African Charter for Human and People's Rights, And Nigeria is signatory to both laws, not just signatory, but they have the both law domesticated into their law. That is to say, everything we do is legal in Nigeria. So they are the one committing crime against us. And when they are, you don't expect your enemy to speak good of you. They use spread their media to report good of you. So their media is not source of information for you as a Biafran. So my minister, my question is, as they are filing case, on whose name, which name are they filing the case? Is it could it be on or are they going to use the name of IPOB to file case or ESN? Just you may not answer the question, but I'm just contemplating on this. How are they going to do that? Name they don't want to measure. Are they going to measure it by force when they are filing case against our noble prime minister?
Thank you, Mazi. Mazi, good enough. That is, you can mute yourself because you're having echo. Yeah, thank you. That is to show you the level of the idiosyncrasy of one Nigeria. They will say they don't want to mention Biafra. They don't want to mention Biafra army. They don't want to mention Biafra government. They don't want to mention BRGI. At the end of the day, you will still mention the same thing. So there's no how you run away from mentioning our names. They knew why they were running away from calling Biafra government or calling Biafra Liberation Army. When their media houses were reporting, they were reporting Biafra government. At first, they did not want to say it, but they were forced to say it at the end of the day. And today, when their media houses now are writing and making publications of the Biafran government, they put it complete. You see it there, that the acting prime minister, that the BRGI, being the legal and the only legal entity recognized for the independence of Biafra. So it's a kind of laughing thing to them when I even hear them trying to make mockery of themselves. So just like you said, we wonder how they will use their faces to make the pronouncement and say, oh, it wasn't Biafra, or it was Biafra, or it wasn't Biafra, or it is Biafra. Leave those people, they are just being useless.
Thank you.
They call our names. What we do will smoke them out. It is what we have been doing, what the Biafra Defense Forces have been doing that smokes them out. Musa did not want to speak before. Nigerian government did not want to speak before. Then Biafra Defense Forces smoked them out. They smoked them out, and then they started saying the wutu. They came out to start crying. Nigerian government did not want to talk or discuss anything Biafra. But Biafra Defense Forces smoked them out, and then they had to bring Biafra to the National Assembly. When you had this senator shouting, Mr. President, the Senate is worried. The Senate is worried because of what? Because of Biafra Defense Forces. The Senate is worried because of what? Because of the firepower of Biafra Defense Forces. The Senate is worried because of what? Because of the woto. If you like, you did there and shout, Simon Ekpa, sit at home. Musa knows what he is losing. Musa knows how many body bags he is packing on a daily basis as he comes to buy Biafrans. So that's the issue. They run away from it, or they stand to speak or to recognize it or to acknowledge it. They know what they are facing. So that's why we always ask them, let them come and do the breaking news and give the news so that people would know. They were my ministers.
Okay, thanks so much. Furthermore, please, I want to feel this just a minute before I round off. You see, people may say that this woman, lady, is ignorant. To me, she's not intelligent, but everything she's doing is calculated. There's no mistake. I want you to view it in this aspect. She's doing one thing. She's doing that. She's using reverse psychology against people following her before. And again, same time, she's doing it to rubbish Biafra in face of the international community because she knows it's not real, and she's doing that. So people see is people who want to colonize a country, and they cannot colonize a country with something they're doing. That is, in other hand, that is what she's portraying. Okay. Somebody who comes close to know that she's not the real Biafra government or those fighting for Biafra, that she's enemy. But somebody who is this far, who don't come close, will think that is this how this will run a country? I don't not even, they are not educated, they cannot even run a country, they are not organized. All those things, you want to be really cool, and I want you to know that those who are giving her what to say, who are controlling her, the Nigeria politician who sent her, they are telling her what to do. Everything is calculated, in my own view. That is it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Uncle the number. It's very obvious, and the internet is open for everybody to go and make their research. As I said earlier, USB that she's parading all over the places has no historical background, or maybe as an entity that is fighting for the restoration of the Biafran people. There's nothing like that, or even recognized as a country. So that's, that speaks a lot of volume to our people. So how can you be following such person instead of you to follow the Biafran Republic government in exile, which have been recognized as the only entity in the Department of Justice in the United States of America? It's all over the social media.
Absolutely right, my brother. You're right. Right.
Yeah, so it's all over the, just for you to go and make a research. Yeah, so I
Please,
don't think it's a rocket science.
Can you give me 1 second? Let me ask
Please,
the minister
please
one
wait,
question.
you guys.
Wait.
Let them pass mic to others first, please.
Yeah, so that was just it. So anybody that cares to know the truth should just go and surf the internet, and he or she will see what she has been supporting others, why, if it is legal or it's illegal. So I think we have really did justice to this Biafra restoration project. In trying to explain to our people and educate our people on the right path to follow, so we will not become a mockery to the world, as Mazi Onyeka said. So we will not become a mockery. When we start doing things that are not right, the international community will start to see us as people that doesn't know what they are doing. But thank God we have good brains and good heads, like our acting prime minister, and also our information minister, and also the deputy, that stood against all the shenanigans and have brought us this far, that our people have begin or start to see the truth and beginning to come back to their government, and also start supporting their government, which is the Biafra Republic government in exile. 1 million Simon Ekpa, are you there? Yeah, who is? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the last speaker or the one before said something referencing Ogo 247, and then he said they asked to go 247. Did the Biafran government have a constitution that states who should be the next in line to the prime minister? Somebody sent me that thing that you said, and then I was laughing. They said, we'll go 247, answer and say, yes, Biafran government has a constitution. Then the next thing the person asks is, in that constitution, what does it say about the line of succession of who stands in when prime minister is away? That is when Ugodu 47 now say, that constitution you're talking about is in the convention, they brought it. Somebody asks you, if prime minister, BRGI government has a constitution that governs and states what should be and who should do what and who should stand if he went out for days. You said, yes, there is a constitution. Then he now asks you, which part of that constitution where you said the Biafran government gets that says that this person should stand in and do this one? That time now, we'll go and take them back to convention. The constitution was unveiled in a convention. And then they go ask them, say, okay, which part of the constitution where it talks, say, validate who should come and stand in absence of prime minister? We go 247 and started telling the person, he no waiting there inside the constitution. No. You don't know what is inside the constitution, but you're telling somebody that the constitution has something to do with who, that the government has constitution. Please, Biafran people, all these misinformations are the things that make some people look at Biafra as a caricature. Please, The BRGIA, mercy. The BRGIA had no constitution. BRGIA is a legal entity, a government body set up to forestall the restoration of the independence United States of Biafra. BRGIA had no constitution. Make everybody listen to know. BRGIA had no constitution to show succession of candidate of who will succeed prime minister or who doesn't succeed. BRGIA had no constitution that streamlined all that. BRGIA only had your ethics and conduct of your line of duty of what you need to do and how you have come to terms to sacrifice your time and your services to the Biafran government, which is BRGIA. BRGIA had no constitution to say this is the constitution that governs BRGIA. No. The document.
But he also said that the registration document for BRGIE is with Ngozi Thr Aten. Is that true?
If registration document of BRGIA is with Ngozi Thr Aten, tell Ugo that he is the most foolish person on earth. Yes. If registration document of BRGIA was with Ngozi, why will Ngozi now not have access to the registration document? And then she had to go and open her own group, to go and register her own group. If you have access to documents that encompasses the registration of the BRGIA, why do you need to go and set up another group, to go and form another group and register another group? That means you don't have access to the document. The legal contract of BRGIA that binds BRGIA with U.S. Department of Justice and the lobbies and attorney firm that stands as a legal entity to BRGIA. Ngozi's nail. You know, say when person nail touch something, before your finger can't touch them, you go talk say you gain ground some more. Ngozi's nail, no reach the document. The only person that had endorsement on those documents is the Prime Minister. Because that one knew. God revealed to him that if he had sent Ngozi to be the one to append these documents, today, Biafra will be in the hands of one Nigeria. That document is in a public sphere. If you people want, I will give you people the link to go and look for it, or you can just go and look. It is there in the U.S. Department of Justice. When you search the document, you see the registration document. The person that has legal signature on that document is the Prime Minister. Prime Minister then with the legal attorney firm standing as the attorney of this BRGIA. And nobody can make any changes to that.
Sorry, sir. Does it take? Did it take one person to form the BRGIE? Does it also take one person to dissolve the BRGIE? Sorry for my questions, sir.
Thank you, Wachineke. I know why you're asking, so that you can clear the air on the nonsense that Ugo Itiborebo was spewing. Now, Prime Minister did not make himself Prime Minister. He did not self-appoint himself as Prime Minister. He was elected. If the video I'm looking for is not too far, I will play that video where Prime Minister tell you people, I did not make myself Prime Minister. I was elected by the Biafran people. And this election was held within the cabinet of the advisory. This person you hear name that is trying to parade herself as this now, she was also there to witness how Prime Minister was elected. Remember that Prime Minister under autopilot. The name we gave him was the spokesperson of Biafra. Okay. So when we now transcended into a government, what happened? He now became a prime minister through election and voting. So ask Ugoiti whatever, who voted your madam to be I don't remember is a BPM, BPM. Who voted her to be BPM? Who voted her to be whether head of state or deputy head of state? So please, the people that listen to the misinformation from Ogo should know that Ogo have to say whatever he wants to say so that the gullible that are listening to him can be brainwashed for their evil narrative of one Nigeria to continue to breed. And as I said before, after we brought out the basket of Caterpillar being recruited by Ngozi, with all of them there, the next person that is doing the recruitment now, working with the next Caterpillar, and the next Ebubago, which is Sapele, is Ugo 247. Ugo 247 is now the middleman that is liaising the recruitment of the Ebubago terrorists now. And the headman now is Sapele. Caterpillar has disappeared with the over 50 million naira. So now, Ugo 247 is giving Ngozi courage now and says, let us try Sapele. So he's now the communication man between Ngozi, Onyami, Pharmacy Diana, and Sapele. Ugo 247 is the middleman now. So he's working for his pocket and his belly because he has to eat from the blood money of Biafrans. So Biafrans should know this and do not be deceived with all the misinformations that are coming out there. When they say, how did they even put it? Because when they sent me the video, they turned my stomach. They were making assertions with somebody come out, one Nigeria pattern. Then the next person in line. Who is the next person in line? There is nothing like succession policy or succession pattern that Biafran government had as a policy and say, when prime minister is not there, you will be the one to be there. No, because if something like that had happened, with the evil mindset that they have, they will work to see that they kill prime minister out so that they can come and take the position. Imagine that that kind of succession plan was not even there. They have even gone this far to make sure prime minister disappears so that they will now come and become BPM. CRC was the judiciary of the government set up by prime minister. And there is one thing you people should understand. If you set up a judiciary and then you make the judiciary to now become subjected to, as in judiciary is inside the hand of the executive, that means the judiciary doesn't have mouth to speak. Aha. So that is to tell you that the judiciary has power to sit down and look into dispute and matters when the executive bodies are going wrong. So if you think that the judiciary does not have power over the ministers, you have made a very big mistake. The judiciary endorse the ministers to become ministers, right? They screen the ministers to become ministers. So why will the judiciary now not be stronger than the ministers so that they can be able to sanction the ministers when they go adrift? When the ministers goes adrift, the judiciary has the power to sanction the ministers because they also had power to vet the ministers to be able to be voted into office. Aha. So judiciary now that is CRC, seeing the chaos that erupted, and in the absence of Prime Minister, they swung into action to do their work. And I also listened to another misinformation from that video that was sent. The judiciary, which is the CRC, did not in any way use up power when it was not time, or try to do anything, or try to institute anybody, because that is what I heard from that misinformation that they were sending out there. Adade Rama was the one who went out to the media to go and start projecting Ngozi as our next in succession to Prime Minister. That is why some Biafrans are very angry with Adade Rama, because all this madness started from our table. Yes. After a cabinet meeting where we came out to address Biafrans, I was the one that was supposed to have addressed Biafrans that day according to the cabinet. I said, no. I said, European rep, you do it. The cabinet said I should do it. I said, no, we should make European rep to do it. Later they said, okay, 3 of us. I said, there is no point 3 people addressing the Biafran people. When Prime Minister goes on State of the Union address, what I do is that the media team introduces him, we allow him to do the talking. So one person should be the one to deliver the message to Biafran people. And they said, I must speak. I said, okay. We came, I spoke, Uche spoke, Ngozi spoke. We delivered the message to Biafran people. We left. As at then, Ngozi did not see Sonny as a threat. Uche did not see Sonny as a threat. Because that time I did not stop their evil plans. Okay. Now, we have delivered the message of the detention of Prime Minister and reassurance to Biafran people finish. We come back. The next thing is that Adade Rama went on air to go and start projecting Ngozi as the next in succession to succeed Prime Minister. That is where all these problems emanated from. And then threatened that if anybody comes to fight our candidate that she has portrayed, that she's going to go out and fight the person and destroy everything and destroy the person. That is when the judiciary now got this complaint from Biafrans and decided to look into the matter. As they look into the matter, let the vacuum not remain like that. There should be a pattern to follow on the selection of the leader temporal. The leader temporal is not to become the prime minister. The leader temporal is not to take over anything. The leader temporal had significant points that were outlined of. One must be someone that Prime Minister has aligned to have direct contact with defense forces. Then we must hold these defense forces our utmost priority, because this is the lifeline of this very government. This is the lifeline of this very liberation. And then those that know that they had served in this line when Prime Minister was here, file up your application to the judiciary, which is the CRC, so that they will vet you and then get the confirmation from the Defense Department and know that you are the person that they are looking for, and present the person to the government. Then you will now continue doing your work without even populating your name anywhere. Then everybody will continue dispatching their duties department by department. Ngozi, you as the COS, you will still continue acting in the office of your boss as the COS. Daily activities, you will be collecting the report and you file it up. The attorney will be getting the message across as at when it is needed. What is so hard for somebody to understand there? when Madam Ngozi got the reaction and the intervention of the judiciary against the misinformation of Adadarama, which she went to go and portray her as a leader. Little did we know that before then, Ngozi has already formed interim government group and put some people there. Few hours after Prime Minister was off. So what the judiciary did was to see that the governmental structure of BRGI is not destroyed overnight, because what we hold dear and our eyes is on the defense. If they take over or destroy the defense, our men are overrun, we don't have anything to hold on to again. That is where the judiciary said we must hold very dear, very, very dear. So when you hear go to nonsense came out to deceive some gullible ones there, I pity for them. I pity for them. So when Ngozi has already formed a group and then heard of the intervention of the judiciary, the CRC, when they brought the issue to the cabinet to be looked into, Ngozi fumed because she knows that this judiciary that has come up with this issue will now come and destroy her plan and will not allow her to take over power and to destroy Biafran government the way she had wanted it or the way she was mandated. That is where their anger started. And then they plan to come and say they scrap CRC. If you as ministers of the cabinet who were vetted into government by the judiciary, by the CRC, which power do you have to go and scrap CRC? You don't have any power to go and scrap the CRC, the judiciary. You don't have any power to scrap the CRC. If you scrap the rule of law, what will happen in the government? There will be no rule of law. There will be anarchy. There will be waywardness. That is why you see these are waywardness, because in that group now, there is nothing like judiciary. There is nothing like any judiciary group that can hold her accountable, call her to order, and sanction some actions that she do. That is why. So she can go AWire, do whatever she wants to do without anybody calling her or cautioning her or bringing her to book. That is why she wanted the CRC, the judiciary, out of the way so that she can pack everybody and put inside her handbag, take them to the psychiatric hospital, put them in the machine, carry out a hypothesis on them as at when due, and inject them and do whatever she wants to do with them. That is it. So the judiciary of the Biafran government did their job as they were ordained to. So those that do not understand better, please ask us questions. We will continue to explain better to you. So the duty of the judiciary is very prevalent in any government. And it is good that you have a judiciary body so that everybody will not do as they like. But as it stands now, the bylaws of the BRGIA, when you heard the Prime Minister said, after the convention, he is going to restructure the BRGIA cabinet. Yes, that new structure he talked about, because many things needed to be restructured. But the bylaws was one of it that needed to have been restructured so that people would now know this is the bylaws of BRGIA, what they should do, where their power stops, what and how they should behave, what they should not try to do in cases of this or that. Now, those structures that Prime Minister talked about, which Ngozi used up to destroy the mission and the image of USB, that bylaws or those bylaws are now available and has been instituted in the BRGI. So if you have not seen or read through the bylaws, please visit the Biafran government website, go through the bylaws. There you will ask yourself to know, if Prime Minister is not here, what should happen? Or if the acting Prime Minister is not here, what should happen? The bylaws will tell you now. Nobody will automatically become the next leader or succeed. No, it doesn't work like that. The bylaws gives you strategies that the judiciary will go into action to see the ministers that are available to be able to vet. They will contest and then they will be vetted. Who qualifies will go for it. So that somebody will not go and then sit down and think that he will come and kill Sonny because Sonny is the one on top. Or he will come and kill Ajare because Ajare is the one on top. Or he will come and kill Prime Minister because Prime Minister is on top so that he will come and carry the position. So go and read the bylaws so that you will understand better. So there was no bylaws before in BRGIE. This is the question that that brother was asking who go 247 in that program that they sent me the video. This is the question that that brother was asking. Was there a constitution in BRGIE when Prime Minister was here to be able to tell who should stand in his state when he is not here or if anything happens to him? Or what does that bylaw say? What does that constitution say? First, we'll go and accept that there is a constitution. There was a constitution. That one now come ask and say, okay, what does that constitution say in this respect? Now you can say, me, I don't know. But you said there is. Me, I don't know. Later, you come begin go to tell, hey, why should you be talking of bylaw? Why should you be talking of constitution? You don't know that when a prime minister or president is not here, that the person that is closest is the chief of staff. And then another person that picked Mike, was it the Starman? Starman was saying, hey, that the chief of staff is the chief of all the ministers. So he's the most senior. So you don't need to go and do election. You don't need to go and do vetting. So because he's the chief of staff, is the most closest to the prime minister, is the secretary, is the one handling the day-to-day activities, that automatically that one is the second in command. I say, is this how these people go about misinforming people on this very planet Earth? But they cannot open their mouth to use American government to draw example for you, or the UK government to draw example and tell you, even the office of the prime minister of UK now, prime minister of UK, how many prime minister of UK have you people seen that they have changed since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped? They have changed like 2 or 3 prime ministers of UK. When they change that prime minister, or when that prime minister resigns, immediately when he resigns, what happened? The power goes back to where? To the Senate House. The power goes back to the Judiciary House. The power returns there until that Judiciary House will now come up with a new prime minister through consultations and voting that will be carried out. That prime minister that resigned, that prime minister has his chief of staff. The Royal House of United Kingdom has their chief of staff. But that chief of staff cannot become the next royalty in the throne of UK when Queen Elizabeth died. No. But in your own case, you people are turning your heads upside down to say, oh, when the prime minister is not there, the chief of staff that will come. So if the chief of staff will come and take over the government, what happens to the judiciary system of the government? Why did you have the judiciary? In one Nigeria, for example, now, since they have decided to be useless, let me use one Nigeria to do the example for them. How many times have you heard that in one Nigeria, that the chief of staff of Tinubu or Buhari or Obasanjo or that of what's the name of this other president that was very brutal, Abacha? Did you hear that when Abacha died, that the chief of staff of Abacha became the president of Nigeria? He took over as the president of Nigeria.
What of Yaradua?
Okay, what of Yaradua? What of Yaradua? Even for Goodluck Jonathan to have been able to now fit into Yar'Adua's shoe, they had to go through their bylaws of their country. They go through the bylaws to see when the president died, or when something happened to the president, or is sick, or is incapacitated, what should happen? What does our bylaws say? Before the next president or deputy should now be sworn in, what do they have to do before? So please, Biafran people, there was nothing like any constitution of BRGI or bylaws that state who will come to replace or succeed prime minister when he is away. No. So they are just trying to use confusion to brainwash many of you. Prime Minister knew that there is a judiciary in that government. That is why such vacuum was not created, that there will be a successor, so that they will not wake up and kill some people and because they want to succeed another person. So, you know, judiciary has their work to do when that vacuum avails itself. So the judiciary did their work because they knew what to do. I leave it to my people.
Yeah, thank you very much, Information Minister. Yeah, 1 million Simon Ekpa, are you there?
Exactly.
All
Thank you
right.
very much. How much more can we, explain better that our people will understand? I think earlier today, somebody came up and said that, in a revolution, that there's nothing like this, like what we normally call this fetish, whatever we call it, whatever we think that we might have believed in. Just because all this why, when there is no rule in the land, there will be no order. That is just the fact. And we have, gone through so many manner of, brainwash for the past decades, for the past years, of which our forefathers, for the fact that these criminals, these invaders, both their masters and all, this is a crime, a huge crime against humanity, because these people has gone so far to the extent that they think that our history will never be told. It's very, very sad, so painful. Yes. I think some time ago, I had the opportunity to ask my dad after listening to my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, though he was very, very fair enough to me to open up and, told me enlightened me more about these histories, and which made me to be convinced, and has really, stirred me up in the quest of our freedom and our liberation. Is a task. It's in my blood, and there's nothing that can take that away from me or any true Biafra. That is the fact. Okay. Do we understand that most of all these people that we are talking about today, when we say Miss Blood, when our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu talked about DNA test, you see, these things is, when he was saying it then, we felt that maybe he was just saying it, maybe, maybe at least for our people to regain their consciousness and, start acting normal, start thinking, because the ability of thinking, that was what these people tempered with, because at least our history, they took it away from us from school, because had you maybe we knew our history, or we knew all these things that we knew today, I think maybe for a very long time even would have been more prepared even than now. But because they took all these things away, they have been trying all these things for a very long time, not until the day Chukwu Kika Abiyama sent somebody like our leader Mazi, and starts, and people start asking questions, and today here we are. They have did everything possible, right from, look, let me tell you people, they started from before 1967. They have started. After 1967, do you know what they did? They gave our fathers 20 pounds. That is, if you have sense, as all of us are here now, you will understand that that one is another genocide. You know, more that is the another way, strategy of genocide. 20 pounds, so that at least when they are saying it, their conscience will say at least they gave them 20 pounds. You understand? But because of the grace of Chukwuka Abiyama that is in our life, that 20 pounds was sold in a fertile soil, and that fertile soil is we, the Biafran people, who Chukwuka Abiyama has blessed. For us to understand the word and what God has written about us, but some of us we cannot put one or two together because we don't reason anymore. Okay, 20 pounds. I am a product of that 20 pounds. If you don't know, if you call yourself a Biafran today and you are still living, you are survived, you are a survivor today as a Biafran, you are a product of that 20 pounds. Now ask yourself today, are we now, is it the 20 pounds that our fathers are going to use to get a shelter? Is it the 20 pounds that our father is going to maybe cater for us, train us maybe in school or all that? Is it the 20 pounds? But no. But Chukwuka Abiyama did it. We made it. We survived. But for a day like this to come, that is the reason why Chukwuka Abiyama has, deposited us in every area and even make us flourish no matter anywhere we find ourselves. Now, these people have succeeded, in trying to infiltrate, not until our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up. He started speaking, and many of us, our consciousness now woke up. Now, I want to ask us a question. What is the meaning of Afa? I want to ask us, what is the meaning of Afa? Because, when things are going on, I begin to check, I begin to balance on certain things. You see that criminal, like all these things we are talking about now, I want to believe today, because I have said it earlier before, and I'm still saying it again, that all these people you see parading themselves in the camp of that Orabu Fulani, they are all Fulanis. I have said it before. I have not seen anybody that will come out to testify exactly what I said before. I said it, that when I was in Finland, that guy, that boy called Fulani boy, the moon boy, that came to try to think that he's smart. And I told him before that this relevance that you are trying to gain here, you are going to fool yourself. So, and I have seen it all, and I've seen him parading himself now. These are the people this criminal is putting around herself. These people are not Biafrans. These people are not Biafrans. Now, I want us to think back now. Go and check his name. That guy added Alpha. What is the meaning of that Alpha? In Islamic or in this their jihadis or this thing, and I also saw the hand bead of this jihadis or this Islamic this thing on his hand. I saw it on his hand, on his wrist. Then, apart from that Afa, it means something in Muslim, in the Islamic religion. So I don't know if anybody
Alpha is
can
like
come up
when
and
you say those do their Yoruba land now, they do like native doctor somehow or like the priest.
the reason why I'm saying all these things now is that Umazi Onyekachuku, please meet your man. You are the one that used to say that if you know all these people that you're seeing around this woman, that these people are not Biafrans, that they might be speaking Biafrans, but they are not Biafrans. And I want to be convinced today that really that this Fulani boy that came to our space today, parading himself, trying to gain relevance, is a Fulani boy. Is a born Fulani boy. This guy can never be a Biafra. He is never a Biafra. He's a Fulani boy. Because I want him to come out and tell Biafra the meaning of Afa. Because I know that Afa is like in the Muslim, because it is the Muslim people that use that word, Afa. Because I've been seeing this, nobody have asked questions. So these are the people now that are now hosting space for those criminals. So Biafrans, a word is enough. I don't know any other way or any other possible means that we are going to use to express all these things and telling people that this is the right track and this is where this is what to do and this is what not to do. I have said my own. You can go and make your research. Anybody can come up and debunk it. I'm ready to, to stand and defend whatever I'm saying now. You understand? So let that person come out and tell us the meaning of Afar. Why is Afar attached to? Is Afar his surname? So then we should know where he's coming from. So people should not give those kind of people relevance or don't give them any listening ear, because these people are these wicked people that have been planted in our midst for a long time. But I thank God that they are being exposed one by one. I'll eat my mic here. Thank you.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Hello, I don't know, Mazi Fe. I think they have picked Mazi Totti, our second co-host out. Mazi Solomon, you can go ahead. I don't think our host and okay, Mazi Fe, you are here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and moderate, sir.
Yes. So
Mazi Fe, you heard what I said?
yes.
Yeah, who go if I who that guy's name? That I found home. Yaman in the Fulani where you use that word afar. And so yeah, this because the character this guy has displayed has made me to think more far and go deep to no, and I have every evidence to my I am very very convinced that guy is not a Biafra. That guy is a Fulani, but because I saw that this thing that they used to pray in that mosque, it's not even rosary, it's not that one, it's not not the Christian one. The men Muslim one, I saw it on his wrist. If I can get hold of any of those pictures, I'm going to signify it and make sure it goes viral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, Solomon, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody, from my location. Adam, I think I'm coming out.
Yes.
So I'm very, very happy for what is going on these days. God have indicated us. God have remembered us to put us back. I mean, to normal, because these people coming back now, it's a good thing happening, and bad thing happening the camps of the enemy, which is the Jezebel area. So I thank God, and I thank God for our information minister. He always make me happy through his narrations as he talk all these things. It's very plain. The problem people have, and that problem many people that always enter into trap. Even when Mazen Kano was kidnapped from Kenya, people enter into and into the trap of US. And because of it's like when somebody is in the school, you don't attend class, or if you attend to class, you're making noise, going to Odara to go and pick mango. You will not pay attention to school lectures. So that is the problem. Many people, I find out that the problem, many of us, not people in this platform, not the people in this space, too, because I found many wise people among us. So there are some people, like me, I'll use myself as an example. When Mazen Nanekano Amadike was minister, I always broadcast. Even if I am not, I don't follow him live, I will later, go through the recordings of his broadcast. And as a result, I'm like person that, the person that was in his lecture room, but that is University of Radio Biafra for you and I. Then when Kanu was kidnapped, I look forward to hear from Chikedozie now. He's not, he's incompetent. He cannot produce. So I thank God for Mazi Simon Ekpa, he's our Prime Minister. He picked up the mantle because he was there. And being an obedient servant, being a good disciple, whenever he broadcast, and I found out that Hamadike have come to the air, he will stop. He will join Hamadike, and after he begin to go in line, analyze many things, and the thing goes simultaneously. Their administration or their broadcast always the same, and hence the Chikedozie was incompetent. He cannot produce. Then he continue, and as I continue hearing Kanu from him, and even if I am not in the and online when you broadcast, then I will later on go to the recordings. So this thing is what help. And when they form government, I can't fall in love with this government in exile. I fall in love with all the capable people he put. I fall in love. Any of our Twitter, I follow everybody. I follow everybody. Even this animal that give us that wanted to pollute us, which is Ngozi Ocho. Even I follow her. Anything he tweet, I tweet. Anything I follow Barawa Sonny, I follow everybody, because of love I have for this our government. I follow every government officials, all the cabinets. I follow all of us. And that is what helped me when going get tough. All the thing, knowledge is power. If you are not informed, so when things get bad, that our prime minister is not in our midst, many become offended. In short, many enter into trap again, begin to follow stranger. Why must we follow stranger? You see, as I know when our information minister was saying something, he said something that is reasonable. I remember during the time of Moses. Moses is it's only God know the road, and Moses always hear from God. That's movement of people, And when something happened that Moses will not continue, the thing fall into the hand of Joshua, not by election, but by divine election. God selected Joshua, say continue, and among Joshua was walking sheepishly with Moses, Joshua and Caleb. God choose Joshua. Joshua continued and do it fine and carry them to the promised land. So this thing is this is the Biafra of a thing is like this. This Biafra of a thing is like this. It's like this of that of the old of the children of Israel when they are going to their promised land. So because I will give us when you watch our prime minister when he formed this government, God using to put people. Some people had they been all these animals that God has said if they are humble enough, they could have, if they have good mind, they could have partake in the government. When they announce, say, if you know your profession, if you know you are a warder, if you know you are pilot, if you know this thing, bring your credential. They say, hey, you want to give it to DSS. You want to carry an name to DSS. Well, people that humble brought their own was selected and put into the government, and the thing was working before an enemy surface. Goat. whenever a goat born Pekin, it don't come with a horn. But somewhere along the line, when the goat will be growing, it will begin to bring out, say this one is not sheep, it's a goat. That's how it was in our midst. So, of which, when Prime Minister say he's a finisher, it diverts him. It diverts her. So, and it was nothing if waiting when to strike, because he never repent from the politics of the zoo. Still pass and parcel of the politics of the zoo. Carry it, they follow, and follow him. You don't know that he don't know road. That's why these few minutes or few months, he just hijack everything. Want to do the queue. In short, everything spoil because he don't know road. It's not everybody will be our leader. God know what he's doing. In absence of prime minister, God put people that would say all these things narrated by our information minister. Very educated. Short, is very educated to us. So any person, but the animal that is not proven, have given them people mandate not to listen to us, not to listen to the color breakaway, but God turned the curtain against them, and now they are the breakaway, and now we are the real government. We continue because truth is power, truth is life, truth cannot be manipulated. So this thing I'm saying today, I know that all of us know it. We might have said it before when I was not around, but I just repeating it that the movement of Japan is what we are doing, and hence we are government. This government is very unique. You cannot compare it with the government of other countries, but it's moving. Why? Because God is in the center. God that lead the camp. That same God is in Simon. That's why Simon write down the charter, brought back the charter, and modify it, make it to in short, the thing become our compass. So you better let us follow who knows. So Prime Minister, no road, because God is in it. He said everything. He said everything. All those things he saw in Finland. He said it. So as he said it, let him help us, and we do it before the enemy strike. When it tells us there's one slogan we used before, I forgot. Master Exodus 2024. We use it. The ignorant of the fire of the thing, the slogan. That is why all of them fall away. Even making jest of us. Say, there are how many of them? When we will be doing fundraising, they will be peeping to monitor. But now the thing have fall against whatever they wish us is coming on them. And on many of them that as like we said, any person that is still with this woman, that person need to watch, because the person is not Biafra. He's not a Biafra in the blood. When Mazen can say we conduct the DNA when Biafra come, that DNA is what God is taking hand there, conduct. And as it happened like this, am I still coming out? Am I still coming out?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please try to round up because we
Yeah,
need to wrap up. We need to wrap up.
Yes. So as things as the thing be, so that is how we any person that find himself in the cave of this Jezebel, you have to go and pray well because now at the end I ain't gonna take a hand. A person that have repented, pray and ask God that such a thing not happen again because uh, it's a remark. It's a remark. So that's where I will I, I will pause so that round up minister have told us. They have told me. So I will stop here.
Thank you, Machineke.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mazi Solomon. Thank you. Please,
thank
who
you.
has not spoken on the speaker session? If you're on the
Yeah,
speaker, you have not
ancestral, ancestral warrior have not spoken. Engineer Bro Van Van Vam also have not spoken.
Okay, let the two of them go so that we wrap up, please. Let's go. 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, Engineer Bro Van Van Vam, are you there? Ancestral warrior, are you there? Ancestral warrior, are you there? Yeah, information minister is like none of them are on the mic for now. So do you want us to shut down the space?
Yeah, we need to wrap up so that you guys have been on since morning, so can continue again later on. We don't need to stay over long, so that those that want to listen to the program can listen and then can go back
Sir,
over
please,
again.
sir, I want, please, there's something I want to remind you. Maybe I will still elaborate it, because this thing, as these people are killing our people now, Musa is not talking. So insecurity means when they are killing our people. When we defend ourselves, we become insecurity. But when they are killing us, no more insecurity. I think we need to echo this thing very well because all the killings now, nobody is talking, no media is talking, no governor is talking. And Soludo is using the so-called, all the full and repentant Boko Haram, using it to desecrate our land, using them to go after innocent people and desecrate our land. Because when they throw bomb, it not explode. So they think that there's one Jew that is causing it. So that's what Soludo is doing now to desecrate our foundation. Soludo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Machineke. Let one Nigeria wait. They should just wait. They wait and then they will start the reportage as fire they used to report. They can dance any dance they want to dance. But the international community should understand that Prime Minister Simon Ekpa committed no crime and is committing no crime, and the Biafran people are committing no crime. They have seen the videos of Biafrans protesting in Biafra land, where women, men, babies, fathers, and grandmothers are protesting in the streets of Biafra. They complain of rape, they complain of massacre, they complain of Islamic jihadist terrorists invading their lands, the Fulanis. These are the reasons why the Biafran government rose up, provoked to defend their motherland. This is what the Prime Minister has been defending, that the President of Finland now decides to detain Prime Minister Simon Ekpa because of defending his own people. So they should wait, though. That's why we don't want to talk too much. They should wait. We are calling on all Biafrans that they should fall back to come and fund their liberation. Because for us to make sure the terrorists are totally flushed out of Biafra land, and for one Nigeria to blow up the way it's supposed to be, we need our funding. Musa said they know all of us where we are, and they know what is fueling us to destroy Nigeria rapidly. It is our finance. And so they need to send some moles to come and attack and destroy the finance. That is why they have sent Orabu Fulani and our groups to come and destroy the finance with the terminology of accountability. So, Biafran people, If you so love your dear nation, and you love the babies, women, and children that you see that were crying in Yamufu and other places protesting, why are you still giving your money to Ngozi Fulani, who is using the money to sponsor Ebubagu without hiding it? She's telling you pop and plain. She told you very clear that you should go and bring any video where Prime Minister forbid her from going to go and work with Caterpillar Ebubagu. And all our cabinet members that have been working with her have come out to confirm and confess to it. You had to go 247 confirm. You had Mama No who confirm. You had Adama confirm. Who else do you want to come and confirm again? So is it that you love Ngozi Fulani as a Nigerian agent, and then you hate the Biafran people? Or you love the Biafran people and hate the Nigerian terrorist agent? Wake up. Fall in line and fund the liberation from one source. Only one defense forces we have under brigade. And that defense forces is under the able supervision of General Eju-Gö Butuzor. No other one, the Chief of Defense Staff. I salute all Biafran people. Please, we will gather again as the media team are doing a very great work. I salute all of you for the great work you're doing. It's not easy to burn your data, your energy, your time, and your resources, and everything you have to make sure the awareness continues and the fire continues to boil. Yes, the enemies of Biafra are getting it, and they are understanding where we are all coming from. That is why they will be crying. Yes. They will be crying.
Water in the goal!
If you know that you are not fighting against the Biafran people, don't be afraid when American government will call you up. If you know you're not destroying the Biafran people, don't be afraid when American government call you up. Aha. Don't be afraid when American government call you up. Oh, you don't have anything in your cupboard, so why should you be afraid? If you know you are not digging the graves of Biafrans on a daily basis, don't be afraid when American government calls you up. I don't talk and finish. Biafran people, good morning, good night, good afternoon to all of you.
Ngozi got 2-2, come on, got 2-2.